Morena and welcome. Welcome to our meeting for the 22nd of November. And this morning I'm going to invite Councillor Underwood to open our meeting, please.
Thank you. The name Thomas Bracken may be familiar to you as belonging to the author of the lyrics of our national anthem, God Defend New Zealand. Irish by birth, Bracken moved to New Zealand in 1869 at the age of 25. A prolific writer and poet, Bracken was also interested in politics and was MP for Dunedin Central for 1.5 terms between 1881 and 1887. Although he penned the 5 stanzas of God Defend New Zealand as a poem in 1876, it was not until 100 years later that it was named as our second national anthem after God Save the Queen. The words are a powerful plea for protection of our nation, and to open this meeting, I would like to read the last 4 verses, the ones we seldom hear. Men of every creed and race gather here before thy face, asking thee to bless this place, God defend our free land. From dissension, envy, hate, and corruption guard our state. Make our country good and great. God defend New Zealand. Peace not war shall be our boast, but should foes assail our coast, make us then a mighty host. God defend our free land. Lord of battles in thy might, put our enemies to flight. Let our cause be just and right. God defend New Zealand. Let our love for thee increase. May thy blessings never cease. Give us plenty, give us peace. God defend our free land. From dishonour and from shame, guard our country's spotless name. Crown her with immortal fame. God defend New Zealand. May our mountains ever be freedom's ramparts on the sea. Make us faithful unto thee. God defend our free land. Guide her in the nation's van, preaching love and truth to man, working out thy glorious plan. God defend New Zealand. Amen.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you. Right, this morning, before we go, I would just like to record our thoughts and prayers with the Hamatangi Beach community, and in particular the Deer family with the loss of Diane this week. Tragic for emergency teams to have to deal with an incident involving one of their own. We move to apologies. Our CE, Shane and Councillors Ford and Campbell are both in Wellington at LGNZ meetings. I will move that the apologies for Councillor Ford and Councillor Campbell, who are away on council business, be approved. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor McFadden. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. There is a recommendation. Minutes are on page 6. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Blackmore.
I move that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 31st of October 2024 and the 7th of November 2024 be adopted as a true and correct record.
Thank you. Have a mover. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hadfield. Thank you. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Item 4, declaration of interest. Any topics on the agenda today members may wish to declare? Councillor McFadden.
10.6, Your Worship, adoption of the gambling venues policy.
Thank you. Noted.
Yes, Your Worship, with regard to the same one, I was not at the last meeting, therefore should I vote no on vote with regard to that?
You are very welcome to vote and participate in the conversation. Thank you. Those are noted. Just note today we've got a few times scheduled that we need to stay with, so we may be jumping around the agenda, but we'll try and keep it straightforward. Right, so item 6, this is a presentation from our recipient, representative fund recipient. Welcome, Scott. Come and join us at the table here. Really keen to hear how you got on at the canoe polo World Championships held in China.
Good morning, Mayor Warboys, councillors, staff, and those present. My name is Scott Gray, and I was the recipient of the Manawatū District Council grant. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I'll talk a wee bit about my journey to represent New Zealand in canoe polo and how the Manawatū grant helped me and assisted me on that journey. So first off, I would like to talk a wee bit about my pre-selection for the New Zealand team. So my involvement in canoe polo began about 9 years ago, about 100 meters over in that pool there. Since then, hundreds of hours have been spent in the Makino pool, playing and enjoying canoe polo. This includes representing Fielding High School at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs, whereas out of the 5 years I was at school, I think we won all 4 of them and placed third the other year. There have been many highlights, all starting at the they all started at the pool, with notable successes being a member of the Central Canoe Polo team where we won the New Zealand Championship, and then last year in December becoming Oceania champions for New Zealand. I've enjoyed encouraging others into canoe polo and coaching during my time at Fielding High School, and the Manawatū District Council facilities have been a huge part in that. So I'll just talk a bit about my selection process. So in December last year, I was selected into a wider squad to trial for the New Zealand under-21 team. After 4 months of trials, training camps, and selection processes, I was successful in being selected to represent New Zealand as a junior paddle black at the International Canoe Polo World Champs, which was held in Huzhou, Deqing Province in China, and that took place on the 15th to the 21st of October 2024. So at the World Champs, traveling to the World Champs was a great experience. There were over 780 athletes from more than 24 countries. 4 world title categories were competed for: men's, women's, under-21 men's, and women's. The under-21 men's category, which I was in, was capped at 20 countries through an international selection process. New Zealand qualified through being Oceania champions. Our immediate goal at the World Champs was to make the first part of selection of the competition by finishing top 2 in our pool, which we achieved. We then made the top 10 and ultimately finished 8th in the world, being the only non-European country to do so, which was a huge achievement as canoe polo is a very European-dominated sport. We played many of the top 8 teams, with only one goal being the difference in majority of the games. And for example, Great Britain, who ended up 4th, we drew with, and then Denmark, who ended up 2nd, we only really lost to in the last play of the game. So it was very tight competition. And also for perspective, the European countries have funding streams, physios, managers, fitness coaches, assistant and head coaches. New Zealand teams have a manager and a coach who are volunteers, and a team funds them to get to Worlds. So we have that number 8 why mentality, and that's what makes our placing amongst the European teams even more special, is that we achieved it from grassroots. I'll just talk about a few of the final placings. So Spain won the competition in our division, followed by Denmark, and then France got 3rd. Italy 4th and Great Britain 5th. And for perspective, Australia ended up, they're the only team we really get to play. They ended up 17th out of the 20 countries. So we're doing quite well. So yeah, myself and our team learned so much from the experience, including experienced many different international referees, being televised around the world, gaining new skills, techniques, and making some great friendships with athletes from around the world. It's an experience I won't forget, and I'm looking forward to continuing to grow from the experience and pass on my learnings to others. So what's next for me? My next goal is to continue to complete my agribusiness degree at Massey University, and then regain selection to attend the next Canoe Polo World Championships in Germany in 2026. To conclude today, canoe polo is an amateur sport in New Zealand and it's fully self-funded. Representing New Zealand in China, my costs were approximately $12,000. I've had a lot of support from family, coaches, and the community to achieve my goals. And I wanted to sincerely thank the Manawatū District Council for their generous support in providing a representative grant to assist me in being able to represent not only New Zealand, but fielding and the Manawatū community on the world stage. I will always be grateful for this opportunity. It is fitting that I'm here today, a few hundred meters from where it all began. Thanks.
Awesome. Well done, Scott. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And now that you're at Massey, where do you train mostly now?
At the Palmerston, the Hokowhitu Lagoon, which is quite handy. It's just a
Oh, sure.
2-minute drive from Massey.
You compete with
Yeah.
all the ducks. And
Yeah.
right. Great. Let's open it up for questions. Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, interesting. You said that your cost to attend was 12,000, but
Yep.
given that it's basically an unfunded sport, what would have been the cost for you, like even to have gone to that 4 months of, training to be selected? You would have had to have paid for all of those
Yeah.
costs on top of that as well?
Yeah, so we had those training camps. I think we had about 4 selection camps and then probably 4 or 5 as a team. And each of those is around $200 to $300.
Okay.
Plus, you got your expenses while you're there. We did team bonding activities and go out and do paintball and stuff like that. And you got to play for all that. And then you've got your equipment. So I had to purchase new gear because the scrutineering, your gear has to be to a very high standard over there. So I had to purchase and repair and whatnot. And, a boat's around $3,000 and
Okay.
pedals around 700 or 800. So yeah.
20 grand.
Yeah.
Councillor Short.
Thank you. Well done. We know that we're good at canoe polo around here because we've probably sent given people half a dozen people grants over the years to
Yep.
Ireland, all sorts of places. So
Yep.
you're keeping on with the good tradition there.
Yep.
What were the challenges of it actually being in China? Like how hot was it? Getting
Yep.
around, language, food, all that kind of stuff. Did that actually affect you as a team, or did you plan for all that before you went?
Yeah, so we tried to plan for it as much as we could. Getting a visa initially was quite hard because we were there for quite a long time. So that. Thankfully, our managers handled that, but that was quite a hard process for them. The language barrier, it was difficult at times, but their technology is very great. Every app they have has translations and whatnot. But really just the transport, getting around on buses and the bullet trains, they took a while to figure out. But once you sort of understand them a bit and get into the routine and know how they work, it was okay. But it did take us a couple of days to sort of get into that. But over there, the heat wasn't such an issue because it was in the autumn. And it was actually rained quite a bit over there, which was quite nice. It was kind of our conditions, so we kind of had an advantage over the others, which was good. Yeah. Yep.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. When you compete, are you competing on a pool or outside, or what are those conditions?
Yeah, so it was a lake, and there was 4 courts kind of pitched around. The lake was sort of in an oval. Well, there was a big conference centre in the middle, and the lake kind of went around it. It was quite cool. And so yeah, it's outdoors in a lake sort of area, and they have pontoons and areas you can walk onto the lake and get in your boats and big floating grandstand sort of things.
And is
yeah.
that consistent? So wherever you might compete, it's an outdoor.
Yeah. So for the sort of international competitions, it all has to be outdoor because you can't really fit a full court in a pool.
Oh, right.
Sort of unless you have an Olympic size swimming pool. Yeah.
Thank you.
Fascinating. Thank you and congratulations for all the hard work that you put into it, and thank you to all your supporters. it was a privilege that we could help you in a small way.
Yeah.
We wish you all the best and look forward to seeing your name up there again.
Yeah.
So well done. Go well.
No worries.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, guys.
Right. Wondering if we could have answered. Right, we're going to jump to 10.1. We're on page 24. This is the Manawatū Community Trust Annual Report. Team is here at the back. Come up and join us. Warm welcome. Welcome. Hand us over to Liam and you can introduce the team.
Thank you, and thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to meet you this morning. We always appreciate your time. I'm the newly minted chair of the Community Trust, and taking over from Tyson, I just want to acknowledge has done a fantastic job in his tenure as chair. Quite a transformational move we've made to a governance-focused organisation. I certainly eye on some key targets going forward, so I'd just like to acknowledge Tyson. I'm just going to talk briefly, then I'm actually going to hand over to Teresa, who's something you may know, to introduce the team and talk more broadly. But we've had a fantastic year. Our key focus has been on increasing the wellness of our tenants through the houses where we've reached healthy housing standards. We've installed heat pumps in every one of our 205 units, which we're really proud about. We have got our eye very much on increasing the stock. So our goal is to have 250 units by 2030. We've got a couple of initiatives that we're spending a considerable amount of time on progressing. And our third goal around the diversity of housing, I think the success in that was seen at the Housing Forum, who originally we thought we were going to have a few people around the table, and with the help of the acknowledging the council, we packed a room out, and we probably would have had more people there if we didn't coincide with the pumps. So we're a strong trust. We've got a good governance at board level and extremely good team working with us. And I'd like to hand over to Teresa to talk more about that.
Welcome.
So I'll introduce everyone. So Phil Clark joined us. Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Phil Clark to my left there. He is our facilities and project manager. He joined us around 7 months ago, and he's settling right in, and he's driving our development projects and also our maintenance on our existing units. Everyone's met Victor Cheng before. He's our finance manager. Sarah and Donna over here, they're our tenancy and wellbeing officers. So they are the face of our organisation, and they do all the interaction with our tenants. So yeah, that's the team, and I'm pretty happy with them. They're a pretty good team. We have one other person who's our maintenance person, and he recently has resigned from Manawatū Community Trust, and he's just doing some casual contract work for us while we appoint somebody new, which we have done, but they're not starting until the new year. So that's the whole team.
Excellent.
So in respect of the annual reports, are there any specific questions or anything you'd like me to talk to?
Thank you. Yes, we'll take that report as read. And any questions or comments from our team? Councillor Short.
Thank you. You still haven't heard whether you're going to be accepted as a CHIP. That's taking an awfully long time.
Yeah, it really is. Would you like me to talk to that now?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, so there's been a change of government, obviously, and along with that, there's been some changes to the settings. So there's really 3 key things that have changed that are quite material. And one of them is they have been really specific about the areas that social housing money will go to, and Manawatū isn't one of those areas. Another thing that's happened is they're working currently to appoint 4 key chips, which are large-scale chips with already lots of social housing development experience behind them. And so I believe they've identified those chips. And again, that makes it more difficult for our chip to be active in that space. And the third key thing is that there is no new funding to June 2025. So they're only taking pipeline projects that are already been approved in their system. So as you know, we did submit an application earlier this year and we got some feedback around that. And the key there was lots of rats and mice, but the key thing was that they reiterated quite clearly that the new organisation needed to be up and running and operational, basically, which means we would have to some duplicity in costs, and we would have to do quite a lot of work to get that happening. And equally advised that we would be unlikely to get funding given the settings. So currently that organisation is registered with the Companies Office and also has charitable status. So it's sitting there on hold for whatever the sort of short to medium term might bring. But, you know, we haven't given up on that, but we're also looking at other options in terms of partnering with other chips and what our choices are and developments. And I think importantly, that hasn't held us back from the planned developments that we have in the pipeline as well. So in our SOI, we have 18 new developments by 2027, and all of those are in progress and on track.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really questioning the fact that they see that Manawatū, it's obviously about deprivation levels, but the needs of our community are no different to any other community. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity with your guidance for us to put a letter, you know, in actually raising that point that, you know, as a community, we care for our older community and those who need support with social housing, and it's no different to any other community.
Yes.
So happy to be guided by you if we can jump in behind you and push that.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful. And another piece of work that the council produced that has been really material in our application and even testing with MHUD, our developments that we have in progress is, and I think it was completed by Stephanie Bell and perhaps
Stacey Bell.
Stacey Bell, was it?
Mhm.
And that was just around the housing, you know, like a stock take of housing in Manawatū.
Yes.
It had some really good information in it. We're just mindful that part of the feedback on that was that it was getting a little bit dated. And so it would be good, you know, like, and we're happy to kind of work alongside to update some of that information.
Excellent. So let's follow that up. The question, I have a question. I remember when you came to us with the healthy homes, and I remember the comment was that some of the requirements that healthy home standards were setting were, in your view, frankly, over the top, such as the size of heat pump that was needed for each unit, you know, and you had to keep them at 18 degrees, I think it was. Given that you've had to go through that exercise and done it, so well done, because it's not cheap. What's your view around it now with those healthy home standards? Do you think some of those are still over the top about what's expected?
I think we've just learned to live with it. I think, you know, our tenants really are the people that we take information back from, and by and large, you know, they've been a little bit resistant sometimes to use their heat pumps, but more and more we're seeing them being used, and we go into the homes and they're warmer. So I think overall, yeah, perhaps a little, the heat pumps are a little oversized, but they're used and the homes are warm. So I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Any further questions or comments from the team? Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. I just wanted to also commend you on the housing forum. It was excellent. And I think the presenters were great. And for me, you know, I think it's easy to assume that by enabling private development, we solve the housing problem. But I think the information presented by those speakers who have been in this area for a long time really showed us that that's not necessarily the only solution. So I think some of that evidence would probably help with any letter or advocacy this council might choose to bring to that chip issue. So my question was really, what intention might you have going forward about this type of forum and keeping our knowledge up?
Oh, so we haven't any other forums in progress at the moment. I think our next step on that is to regroup with the Wellbeing Committee and the Development Committee and look at how we use that information and what other information we need. But yeah, definitely open to bringing people in to more broadly, share the information that we need as a trust with other developers and people in Manawatū.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. I endorse those comments for the forum. I wasn't able to stay right to the end, but really good information, good speakers, and really interesting understanding what's going on around the world and New Zealand. Examples. Councillor Belsky on Zoom.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. In the healthy homes, you have to put all this stuff in, like heat pumps. Are your other clients able to pay the power bill, or are they, snugging up under their blankets and clothes on? It's just an interesting observation of what the power charges are doing to our elderly.
Yeah, so I understand for our elder population, there is some funding that they receive for power over winter. But there's definitely a combination. So some people have really embraced those heat pumps, and other people, as you say, prefer to have their windows open in the winter and with the fresh air and a blanket over their knees and a small heater by their side. So I guess it's that people now have a choice, at least, how they want to be warm.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Quarry.
Thank you. I'd like to pass my congratulations and thanks to Tyson. I think you've done a fantastic job over the years that you've been chair of the committee, and we've certainly looked forward to your presentations, and thank you very much. So well done.
Thank you. Yes, and I endorse those. Now, my understanding, Tyson, is that you're carrying on as on the team until June.
Yes, they wouldn't let me escape. That's correct. So
Good.
I'm presenting to my team.
Good, thank you. So we will get another opportunity to say farewell to you in this role. But again, endorse those comments. Thank you for the work that you've done. But thank you to all of you for the work that you do in our community. And it certainly doesn't go unnoticed, the work and the support that we give those who need social housing. So I just want to thank you for the work that you do, for the presentation of your report, and for joining us here today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right, we go back to 6.2, the resident satisfaction quarterly summary. And welcome, Gina. Oh, yes, we do. Yeah. Thank you. Getting ahead of myself. There is a recommendation for the MCT report on page 24. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Well, I'm happy to move that the council receive the Manawatū Community Trust's annual report 1st of July 2023 to the 30th of June 2024. Have a seconder, please. Councillor Quigley. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Welcome, Gina.
Hello.
And Lindsay, welcome.
Thank you. Just get yeah, you're all good.
We'll just get the presentation up on the screen.
Yep. So last council, we were talking about the yearly summary about the resident satisfaction. This one is what happens each quarter. So this is the wave, what they call wave one. So this is this most recent July to September, most recent satisfaction survey. So can I work this thing? What button do I push?
The light's on.
Oh, yeah.
Helps.
New
There you
to
go.
this. So this survey, there was 114 people who answered it. They obviously have quotas that they try and meet, and if they don't meet them fully, they weight the results in the favor of those types of things. Oh, I skipped one. So the overall satisfaction, most of the graphs you'll see either look like this one or they'll compare previous year to current year. This one shows the 2023 to 24 year results in the blue line. The average benchmarking result is the green straight line that came from our benchmarking report that you would have seen last time. And the little red dot is that first wave one result for this year. For this one, there was only about there was 1% increase in the satisfaction rate compared to the previous survey. But as you can see, it has increased a bit by 9% since the same wave one of the previous year. The common themes that came through were around cost efficiency, communications around plans, such as LTP and that sort of stuff. And overall, there were a few comments saying that councils were doing a good job. So that was quite good. So this is those overall satisfaction rates broken down by our different demographics that we get through in the survey. We can see that, yes, there's male, female, and then the age groups broken down, and then the rural and villages. I group those together. The survey has them as the northern and southern communities, and then fielding. It is very common to have the 65-year-olds and over be the highest satisfaction rate. That's happened for about the last year and a half to 2 years. The 18 to 34-year-olds have been the lowest satisfaction rate for quite a while, but they have popped up in this one, so that's good. The rest are all quite what we see previously as well. So this is the 11 main questions. So the survey has 11 main sections. These are the overall satisfaction results for those 11 main sections. So each of these is compared to, let's see, oh yeah, no, that one, yeah. So each of them show the previous year, the current year dot, and then their benchmarking result and how we compare to that. Mostly we sit over the benchmarking. For a lot of these, we've got, not a lot of them have seen massive changes since the previous wave of the previous year. So for the inquiry handling one, there is often very low respondents because it is asked, have you interacted with council in the past 12 months? So this one, for this current one, there was only 24 respondents. For the previous one, there was only 16 respondents, which means that if one person sways one way or another, it can change the results by 6%. We are looking into how better to get a more stable type inquiry handling type thing, whether it be at the time of them using one of our services or something like that may be better for this. So we are looking at options for around inquiry handling and how better to get stable results for that.
Gina, can we take questions as
Yes,
we go?
yep.
Councillor Underwood, you had a query?
Thank you. Just to refresh my memory, that benchmarking average is the average of all the councils.
Those 17 councils, yeah.
Do the survey.
Yeah, yeah, for within our company. So others do it in different companies, but that is who do it with our company.
So 17
Yeah.
councils. Thank you.
Yeah. Cool, and then that's just more of those 11 main questions. The next bit we use is the largest increases and decreases. This helps us find who's doing what and what we can see around where we need to have a look at who's happy and who's not. The verbatim comments often help in this section because then we can sort of drill down as to why people are unsatisfied. So these are the largest increases. For some of these things like the community funding and development service, it really depends on if people know it exists or not, to whether or not they are satisfied with it. Some people don't understand what it is, and some people aren't sure, so they don't have a satisfied rating for it. It's good to see stormwaters popping up. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is the largest decreases. The cemeteries, there are a few comments about rabbits, and I know our team already are aware of it and looking at solutions. So the funding one around aware of funding to develop and improve, those are questions related to our work with CEDA. And again, a lot of people aren't fully aware of what that means and that sort of stuff. So sometimes that can sway back and forth if people know what it is or not. The key management actions, I work with ELT to come up with these. There are things directly related to what the survey's been saying and what we're doing currently to help manage any issues that we can see arise. And then the verbatim comments, I take a selection from across the survey. For this current survey, there were about 800 different comments in various different parts of the survey. I try and make sure I group it so it's roughly what the theme of the comments are. And yeah, I'd just like to pull out a few, and I really like that it's a hard job and you can't please everyone. You guys aren't too bad overall. So
We'll take that as a positive.
yeah, I mean that was quite a general theme. So for this particular survey. So.
Yeah, I like I like Hamish's suggestion. We could put that on the front page of the council website as you do a write-up about our latest survey comments. I think that's very good.
Yeah, I'm happy to take any more questions.
Councillor Hadfield.
Actually, not a question, Your Worship, but just an observation that it's apparent by this report that if you want to be satisfied, being a male and being over 65 years of age is advantageous.
Thank you. And you know, we realise that we have to collect data to give us trends. But as you say, there's always factors such as we've had a dry winter.
Yep.
Might be different next quarter. We've had a wet spring. So yeah, so we need to take that into consideration.
Yep,
but thank
absolutely.
you. Thank you for pulling all that together and presenting it to us.
Thank you.
Right, item 7, late items. We have 2 notification of late items today. The first one is the Chief Executive has notified Council of a request to consider a late report at this meeting, being the Development and Financial Contributions Policy, seeking approval to extend consultation. This item cannot be delayed as the Council needs to give the interested parties notice of this extension of time so that they have a reasonable opportunity to submit on the proposal. And the second late item, which would be in public excluded, is the Chief Executive has notified Council of a request to consider a late report at this meeting, being the renewal of material damage and business interruption insurance. This item cannot be delayed as Council is required to pay this insurance invoiced by the 28th of November 2024 in order to retain our cover. So those 2 items will be slotted into our agenda today. Thank you. Right, moving forward, no recommendations from committees, so we can go straight to item 9, committee and group meetings. There's a few of our community committees have met. I'll just ask those liaison councillors to quickly, anything to highlight from those meetings. First of all, Councillor Bell, last night at Bainesi Rangiotu.
Firstly, thank you, Your Worship, for attending and giving a wonderful detailed report back on where we're at with 3 waters for our council. I know our committee really appreciated knowing where our mind was and what our approach will be when it comes to consultation time. Also acknowledging Helen King for attending her first Manawatū meeting last night. I'm sure she recognises that every councillor says that we have the best group, but I also reaffirmed to her last night, look how amazing my community committee are. They just recently celebrated their Christmas party and they talked about that every seat was full and they had a lot of new faces, which kind of links to the recommendation that I made to them to give feedback on our growth strategy that we have that will enter this week. They're looking at having a vulnerable persons list. That was a suggestion made by the neighbourhood support team. Just acknowledgement, Hamish, thank you for following up with your team on the Pike Road intersection. You will find that there is more roads that they also want to recommend that we have the same approach. One of them is Puketotara and Karere Road, two of them. They had their last working bee, which will happen at the start of December. That also correlate later on with our beautification project, where they're still wanting to do a QR code. And they were sharing with our Mayor Helen last night about what that would look like in terms of having more information on our website. So if there's any other community committees where you feel that the little brief that they have on the website is small and you want to add that for yours, that might be a suggestion there.
Awesome, thank you. Councillor Underwood, Huanui.
Huanui had their final meeting for the year and decided that they would go ahead for the third year and have their community food drive, which they donate the proceeds to Manchester House. It involves delivery of a paper bag and information sheet to the letterboxes, and then they get fire engine and a police car to go around on the day with sirens going, and they collect the food parcels. And it's been very successful in the past, so there are lots of resources available there to help them with that.
Thank you. Councillor Short, Sanson, and then Tangi Moana.
Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge Helen. She made both two meetings over the last week. Sanson, the principal, came. He's been coming sort of about every third month. And for the first time, I've actually discovered the mystery around the Sanson Community Pool. It's always been quite who runs it, etc. It's actually run by the Board of Trustees from the school. And for all the time that I've been there, I've never known that. So there's a subcommittee of the Board of Trustees who runs the pool. So one of the things I pointed out was the grant that they can get for chemicals. So Helen's going to look into that. Tangamoana, we had a very good turnout. They've got a working bee coming up at the hall at the end of this month. So before we went inside, we walked around the outside of the hall and identified what the issues were, guttering and downpipes and a few rotten boards, etc. So Tangamoana is going really well at the moment. Lots of enthusiasm.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Blackmore, Youth Council.
Thank you. This week we had 5 new members join the group for an introduction. So that was good. We're losing about 8, so just keeping our numbers up. We had David come along and do a strategy session with the group, which using the anti-strategy or evil strategy approach. So they all had quite a lot of fun with that. I think we all learnt something. And David was very good at kind of connecting their thoughts and ideas back to the levers of council. So it was a really great learning session for the team. They have an end of year celebration on Saturday, the 30th of November. So you may see some people running around fielding, doing some sort of orienteering type activity with their very bright T-shirts they've got now. So hopefully that's a lot of fun. And then our last meeting's on the 4th of December, and that will be where we farewell the members moving on and just have a little celebration.
Great, thank you. And just wanting to add in there, so it is recorded under committee and group meetings. The Manawatū District Youth Development and Wellbeing Trust also had their AGM this week. And pleasing to note that Cactus is the key activity under that trust, just to the end of the financial year, completed 10 programs with 308 students graduating, and there's another 40 in there last week at intermediate next week. So that was very positive as well. Moving to 10.2, Councillor Hadfield.
Look, sorry, just to head back a bit on late items. My understanding of Standing Orders 9.12 is in two parts, and that is one, that an explanation must be given for the reason of a late item, and that either must come through a paper from the Chief Executive or from the Chair yourself.
Yes.
But my understanding is that the other part of Standing Order 9.12 is that Council must resolve to accept those. And I just think that we might have missed a bit of the process. Council must resolve in Standing Order 9.12. So it's just a matter of process. So I just want to be clear that we're actually doing it properly.
Thank you. The advice I got yesterday was that we didn't need to move them, but
Well, if I may, Standing Order 9.12 is a meeting may deal with an item of business that's not on the agenda where the meeting resolves to deal with that. And so my reading of that is actually clearly that actually we need to resolve to accept those late items.
Thank you.
And
It does make good sense, but I was working on the advice I'd been given, so I'm very happy to go back to item 7 and the explanation of why those two are required were given in as I read out, and were provided to us from the Chief Executive in writing. So given that there are two, I will move that those two late items be accepted. Seconded by Councillor Bell. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is no. Do you want your vote to be recorded? Would you like to comment?
The vote to be split, in fact, so that both items are voted on separately.
They will be. One is in public excluded and one is in open session.
Well, it's still the acceptance of it should be split.
Oh, you're saying you'd like both of those items approved separately?
Yes.
Okay, we can do that. So the first one is the extension of the development and financial contributions policy timeframe for consultation. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Do I have? I'm happy to move it. Councillor Bell second it. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
Thank you. Do you want your vote recorded? Thank you. And the second item is the renewal of material damage and business interruption insurance, which will be taken in public excluded. I'm happy to move. Councillor Bell second. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hadfield, for pointing that out. We need to make sure we get process right. We move to 10.2. We're on page 64. This is our annual dog control report. Welcome, Jason and Lynn. And while they're just getting sorted, I see that Jason won the raffle this week for the electric scooter. So well done. So thank you. We'll take the report as read and hand it over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Today, I'm pleased to present the annual report on dog control for 2023-2024, which has been prepared in accordance with Section 10A of the Dog Control Act 1996. So the report provides a comprehensive overview of the year's activities, performance and key trends in dog control. As you're aware, the animal control team plays an essential role in maintaining public safety and ensuring responsible dog ownership. As we reflect on the year, there are several key points I'd like to highlight. So the number of registered dogs in our district has declined by 405 from the previous year. This reduction is likely due to a combination of factors, including rehoming efforts by shelters and the ongoing work of our animal control team. So our officers have actually placed an increased emphasis on follow-ups for unregistered dogs, which has led to the identification and removal of deceased or rehomed dogs. Another significant decrease seen is in the number of infringements issued, dropping from 177 to just 70. So this reduction is a direct shift in strategy by the animal control team, focusing on education rather than enforcement. In saying that, our officers have worked hard to engage with the public, raising awareness about dog control, promoting compliance through education. This proactive approach has not only led to fewer infringements, but also a more cooperative relationship with the dog owners. Additionally, we've seen an increase number of inspections conducted. The total number of inspection rose from 140 to 410. We have also observed an increased number of menacing dogs from 78 to 97. While this increase sounds concerning, and it is concerning, it's important to note that the increase is largely attributed to the category of menacing by breed. And this coincides with the direct approach with the team going out doing inspections so they can better identify those dogs and classify them as menacing by breed. So moving forward, we're excited to continue our increased efforts with our outreach activities, focusing on community events, engaging with the public, ensuring better understanding of dog control legislation and responsible dog ownership. These efforts will remain a priority for the team, as I believe that education is the key to long-term compliance. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Sounds like there's some really good work going on there because it's reflected in the figures in this report. So well done to the team. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. I'm just interested in the attention around inspections and how that's been approached. How are properties identified? How do you get to 410, I think it is?
Yeah, a lot of it is due to selected owner status. So they go around, do property checks and inspections in that space, but also a lot of it is through complaints or through just general follow-ups with unregistered dogs. So the number of unregistered dogs we have this year, the team have done really well on and have gotten down to 60 already. So that's just through proactively going out and checking properties.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Underwood.
Thank you. With the number of registered dogs going down, are you intimating that some of them were previously being counted twice or were being counted when they were deceased?
Yes, so we do rely on the owners to inform us when their dog is deceased, and sometimes that doesn't get picked up. So we're having to go around there and do those checks, and usually it's after we try and contact them numerous times. We'll go around there and do that.
And also, I assume with rehoming that the dog could be re-registered by someone else and then the previous owner not cancel the registration?
Correct, yeah. And they're also rehomed outside of the district.
May I ask one more question? On the table on page 72 of our agenda, it's got total complaints received, and Councillor Blackmore's already made reference to the inspections. Some of those things there don't seem to indicate that a complaint's been made. For instance, request for information, advice from animal control. So with it being counted under complaints, does that not inflate the complaint total?
It's a separate item, isn't it? Yeah. In this table?
They are.
Lynn, thank you.
Yeah, they are. If you look at the table, they're in slightly different categories. But in the complaints received, that can be any kind of inquiry that's not a compliment, really. And so, yeah, it can be somebody asking for information about, a neighbouring dog, for instance. But they're not actually formally making a complaint.
Oh, sorry, I just took it as being where the bold total complaints received, all those ones underneath built up to that total. It seemed to be the rest of the table, that's the way it worked.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Councillor Quigley.
Thank you. There seems to be a big emphasis these days on rehoming dogs. Do we
Can you
still-
use your microphone, please? Look, he's got his own today.
There's a big emphasis today on rehoming dogs. Do we still put dogs down?
Yes, yes, we do. And that's primarily due to if they're just not unsuitable for rehoming. Yep.
Lynn.
Sorry, to answer councillor Underwood's inquiry, they do all add up to that total. Yes, all the complaints that you.
If I may, Your Worship, they're more to do with customer contact rather than complaints then? It's all customer contacts or?
That isn't a compliment. So yes, any kind of inquiry.
Any kind of inquiry goes under that heading of complaints?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
That's correct, isn't it? Yep.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Short.
Do we ever compare our data from the report to other local authorities? Are we in the middle of where everyone else is, or are we better or worse? Or, we've got a lot of working dogs, but, there's quite a bit of talk right across the country about the level of increase in aggressive dogs or wandering dogs in urban settings.
I've done a comparison on our neighbouring councils, and yeah, we're pretty much lower in those sorts of categories, those higher risk category ones with aggressive dogs. However, our registration numbers are a bit of an anomaly because some of the neighbouring councils have seen an increase in dog registrations. But yeah, I'm pretty much on par with the neighbouring councils.
Thank you. Thank you for your report and the work that the team do. If you could pass on our thanks to them. There is a recommendation on page 64. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Happy to move that the council adopt the annual report on dog control for the period 1 July 23 to 30 June 24, pursuant to section 10A of the Dog Control Act 1996.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Short. Any further discussion? None. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Thanks, team. We move to 10.3. We're on page 73. This is the adoption of the waste levy grants allocation policy. So welcome, Brittany. And Nikki, so welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Council's investment in community initiatives and ideas for waste minimisation underpins the community partnership approach outlined within our waste management and minimisation plan and helps to support the community's view of council as a community leader in waste minimisation. I'll now hand over to our Waste Minimisation Officer, Nikki Field, to guide you through the recommendation to re-adopt the policy that underpins the reallocation of waste levy funding to the community.
Welcome, Nikki.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. I'm here this morning to present to you the Waste Levy Grants Allocation Policy 2024 for consideration and adoption. I'm assuming the report has been read, so I'll go over a few key points and answer any questions you might have. The Waste Levy Grants Allocation Policy was first adopted in 2022, and we've had 3 Waste Not Want Not funding rounds to date, with successful applicants and projects outlined via the table in the report. The policy has proven fit for purpose during the past 3 years. Therefore, the proposed changes are not significant and are shown via tracked changes in attachment 1. The first change is in section 3.5. It is a change to the membership of the Waste Levy Grant Assessment Panel from the General Manager Infrastructure to the Utilities Manager. This is appropriate given the Utilities Manager is the Waste Management and Minimisation Activity Manager and has a robust day-to-day knowledge of the activity. The second change is an addition, so section 4.4, stating that applications for more than $10,000 may have funding distributed via milestone payments at the sole discretion of the Waste Levy Grants Assessment Panel. And the final change is updating the review period to every 3 years, making the new review date November 2027. Council receives its share of waste levy funds based on the district's population. In 23-24, Council received $511,327 of waste levy income. And the amounts that we require to provide the annual waste not want not funding to the community have been included in the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan and also the annual and long-term planning processes as appropriate. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, so there's those 3 minor amendments. A question related to this is when the team allocate these grants to the various projects and applicants, what's the reporting back accountability for those funds?
Yeah, so they provide us with a 6-month accountability report to tell us how they're progressing. And then at the end of the funding round, so after 12 months, they provide us with a 12-month accountability report, and a memo goes out to the grants assessment panel, and we all have a look and accept the reports. Yeah.
Thank you. Open it up for questions, comments. Councillor Underwood.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions just on the accountability reports. Are they made public? Are they on the website too?
No, they're not.
Okay. I look, because I was just interested in the one from 22-23. The largest amount given, 5,500, was for research, and interested in how the accountability report is structured to show, the research that's been done. That's all. And also when I looked on the website, it said for the 2024 round, $70,000 was available, and yet on this table for 24-25, I'm not sure if that's referring to the same period of time, because it says 78, almost 79,000 was granted. So is it the same period of time that it goes over 2 years, or?
So it's it's a 1-year period. We did have quite a few applications for this round of funding, and you'll notice in the previous rounds we didn't spend the allocated amount. So because there were quite a few good applications that we wanted to provide the funding for, the assessment panel made the decision to use some of the unused funding from previous rounds.
Could I just ask one
Sure.
more? And also just the wording, I was interested when we're talking about the milestone payments that the word, can't find it right now, right was used. Yeah, that the applicant needs to know that they have a right to milestone payments.
I think it says the panel has the right to decide that at their sole discretion. Are you talking about section 4.4 of the policy?
Yeah, to include the right within this policy. It's on
Oh, in the report.
Yeah, in the report, 3.5,
Yeah,
yeah.
so it's basically saying that the panel has the right to make that decision.
Oh, okay, I see. Because milestone payments would be a good way of observing accountability. I presume that you only pay out the next amount once you see progress. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. Just on some of the content of the policy, more about what's not there. I note that this funding round, we've got 3 on a 3-yearly, it's been approved for 3 years, but there's no reference in the policy to that being a thing. I think that would be good to include, and perhaps something around the waste minimisation hierarchy. And in terms of the criteria for an application, and that I think would be useful if at some point there is a high level of oversubscription to what's available, it would help the panel to actually make a decision based on the hierarchy. It's just 2 suggestions.
Yep, so that would be in regard to multi-year funding.
The first one is about multi-year funding, because there's no reference to that being a thing that people could apply for, and what the criteria might be for that, if the same or different. And then the second is about a suggestion that perhaps including the waste minimisation hierarchy as part of a criteria assessment in the future. If this is oversubscribed, it would help the panel to kind of prioritise which of those applications might qualify more.
So for the first question, in section 4.6, the new 4.6 of the policy, it says, in some cases, multi-year funding may be awarded with milestones and reporting requirements throughout the funded period. So is that sufficient?
Well, I thought it maybe needed a little bit more information, perhaps around, what would qualify for a multi-year funding. Just suggestions, yes, and the second around the hierarchy.
Yeah, we're certainly open to including the waste hierarchy, so that if councillors aren't familiar with that, it's sort of waste solutions that have more circularity are higher in the waste hierarchy. So the first being that you don't produce the waste in the first place, and then it naturally goes down with the last being disposal of waste to landfill. And non-circular disposal. So that would be saying that council would potentially prioritise not generating waste or minimising waste over reusing materials. So that would be a way that the panel would have to assess the policy in that way.
Another consideration.
Yeah.
Not necessarily tying them to any thing.
Certainly the panel would already be, doing that because it's about waste minimisation. So producing less waste really. But
Hamish.
Just to comment on that, I think, Brittany, that's exactly right. I think it's implied that kind of waste hierarchy thinking is a key part of the grant program. If there's a desire of council to include that more overtly, that could be added, whether it's this policy or a future one. But I don't think with the assessments to date that hasn't been sort of taken into consideration.
Okay.
So in terms of adopting the updated policy today, Councillor Hadfield, who's part of, may have comment, but comfortable to bring that back into the sort of the next review, or it could be added as an appendix, sort of talking generally about the waste hierarchy to this policy.
Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, look, I take all those points on board, but I think we need to be careful that we don't actually restrict the ability of the panel to actually to react to what's in front of it on an annual basis. So understanding that, I think I think it's fluid in a way, and I think the panel needs to be able to be fluid, because you'll get different applications for different things, and something that might be applicable one year might not be so applicable the following year. So, personally, I'm very comfortable that we have a panel for a reason, and I think, we don't want to get too bogged down on actually stipulating, or restricting the ability of the panel to be able to react to individual things on individual times, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Makes sense to me.
Any further questions, comments? So we do have a recommendation on page 73. I guess, given the discussion, it's whether we want to add councillor Blackmore, refer to you since you raised them, whether you want to add with the amendments as discussed or whether you're happy with the explanation that you've been given.
Well, I suppose with the interest in moving something like this forward, I'm happy for it to be considered perhaps at a future review. I think it's important that we remove as much bias in decision making as we can by providing more information about what people might talk about in an application. And it's really only intended there as a guide, not to constrain thinking.
Okay, thank you. So on that basis, there is a recommendation on page 73. Councillor Hadfield, would you like to move
Yeah,
that
happy
one?
to move that the council adopts the waste levy grants allocation policy 2024 as attached to this report.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor McFadden. Any further discussion? None. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Thanks, team. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Right, we move to page 85, and it's a pleasure to welcome the team from the Awahuri Forest Kitchener Park Trust. So come and join us at the table. A warm welcome, and we have your report. You can take that as read, and I'll hand it over to you for highlights. So welcome, team. Just turn their microphone on to green. Just push the button.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to introduce Bessie Nichols and a new trustee, Paul Simpson.
Hi.
Well, this is my last report to you. I hope you're pleased with our report this year, and I'll just make some comments and bring it up to date. First of all, commenting on biodiversity. Restoration under the MPI grant has now been completed, and Bessie has submitted the final report, which was massive and many hours' work. The coronation trees have all grown well, and there have been very few losses. The R&D programme for Phragmites has provided some useful results. It's pleasing to know that Auckland Council has switched to using our methods after attending our Phragmites field day. It's vitally important that this programme continue, and I know that MDC has offered us great support, but funding may continue to be a problem in the next year or two. We're currently preparing a substantial grant application to DOC. We cannot speculate on the outcome yet, but it's very pleasing to see that they have put Phragmites carca on their noxious weed list, which is the national list, which is a huge step forward and is a bonus when we're applying to them for the grant, obviously. The wetland, this has finally come together with the first half of the site planted this winter. 2 small floods have shown we've largely got the topography right, and combined with the changes on the west side of the forest, we'll hopefully see the evolution of a wetland forest over the next 10 years. We've achieved the biggest planting season in the history of the forest, with 28,500 plants planted across 42 species. And many of those are some of the ones that we've replaced that were lost. Some of them are so rare that even I don't know where they're planted. So don't ask me, because we want to protect them. Next year will be much smaller planting, as we need to focus on maintaining these until they're mature enough to survive. Infrastructure. The newly extended boardwalk through the Oxbow Ponds has been completed. However, we've found it essential to erect gates at each end to shut it off during times of flood. Under health and safety rules, we also need to add some more sections of barriers as the boardwalk goes over water channels. In some places, the water was over a metre deep either side, and it was too risky to allow public access. This provides a unique walk through a classic wetland forest. The public will be able to watch the original forest type re-evolve over the next decade or two. Education. Despite the tragic loss of Linda Campbell, it's been a reasonably successful year for our education programme under new contractor Christy Whitaker. On Monday, this last Monday, we had a second visit from a group of Japanese students from a Tokyo university who are being hosted by Massey. Professor Sharman informed me that the university was so pleased with their visit to the park last year, they asked if it could be arranged again for this new batch of students. They were second-year environmental students. There were about 15 of them, and their language skills were better than last year, which made things a lot easier. Bessie and Aaron showed them around and fielded a great many curious questions. Both the Tokyo University and Massey would like to develop this visit to include notes and information from the Trust, which is very exciting. As you can see, we had a range of adult groups using the park for education, which is very pleasing and shows how the park is valued by those who understand its biodiversity. The Trust. We now have a full complement of 5 trustees with 1 vacancy. We'll work towards filling this with a chairperson, as Bessie has only agreed to do a year as interim chair. This new group of volunteer trustees have a diverse range of skills, and I'm pleased to say are enthusiastic and knowledgeable in ways that will greatly support Bessie next year. I'm very happy to be leaving the Trust in such good hands. The future of the Trust, excuse me. As this is my last report, I'm going to say a few rather blunt things. I'd now like to take this opportunity to comment on 2 things which have seriously worried me over recent months. When the Trust was formed, it was exempt from full reporting status. This year, without consultation with the Trust, councillors decided to make it non-exempt. Reasons for this were generic and vague, especially as far as our auditor was concerned when she inquired as to the reasons for this action. We always qualified for being non-exempt because of our small turnover. I'm not sure if councillors are fully aware of the implications and how they will affect the Trust. First of all, financially, our audit cost us an extra $1,500. This was paid to BDO, a large accounting organisation, and is money that will not now be spent on the park. It also means that our audit will now go to the Auditor General, who can decide to audit the books or to appoint an auditor. There will be an increased level of audit, and we will incur higher costs and more ongoing recording. This adds pressure on the trustees and takes funding and activity away from focusing on the forest. I believe the Trust may well appeal your decision. You now have trustees who work full-time, and this extra layer of administration is probably not what they signed up for. As part of this process, we were obliged to spend many hours and several meetings on a statement of intent. And this is where I say this is possibly the most farcical document I've ever had to deal with in my many years involved with council and charity organisations. First of all, it's almost impossible to set KPIs which attempt to set in concrete how many plants will be growing and planting in a financial year. Our financial reporting falls in the middle of our planting season. Weather and plant growth dictate when plants get planted, not finance. For example, last winter we didn't start planting till August. This year we were planting in late May. These figures are subject to seed availability, germination rates, plant survival, weather conditions, to name just a few factors governing restoration of a forest. It is also utter nonsense to try and predict our finances. This is dependent on how many grants we might apply for. Applications can only be put in if funding rounds have criteria we can fit a project into. The majority of funding rounds run from March to June. This means the bulk of the funding we apply for is not confirmed before the beginning of a financial year, let alone in April, when we are to submit the information to council. Our final reporting at the end of the year will be full of these exceptions, which we then have to explain in detail to council and auditors. This year it involved Bessie in particular and I many extra hours explaining things to new auditors who found it very hard to understand how we work. In fact, the only concrete benefit from this document was that MDC will consult with us over where a possible future cycle track may be placed. And this leads me to advise you that we've recently found out that Horizons Regional Council have an extra layer of protection over the Awahuri paddock and also over Henson's. It's listed as land of biodiversity interest, and it means that no soil can be disturbed without special compliance and permits. More costs. It doesn't cover the park, thank goodness. We found this out when we negotiated with the Horizons River team to put a track through the Awahuri paddock down to the Makino stream so that they could get their vehicles in to maintain the stream rather than plough across our new west side wetland. The Horizons River team had started work on the track when their compliance officers arrived and stopped the work because of this protection, which no one knew about. The river team never knew. It's never been mentioned to us in 10 years, and Cameron of the river team was unaware of it too. We've come to learn these sites are dotted across the region. I would suggest that there is clarification on this protection before any work on the cycle track goes ahead, particularly on the Henson side of Kawakawa Road and along the Arua River behind the wastewater site. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the Council for giving me the opportunity to chair the Trust for the last 5 years and for being a trustee for 10 years. It's been far too long, but I've actually reached the point where I must say goodbye. I've had the opportunity of working with some very interesting and supportive people, and I've learnt so much that I would never have dreamed of. It's been a privilege to be involved with the forest, even though at times there's been heartache and tears. I'd like to wish Bessie and her new team all the very best. My only regret is not being able to achieve an education centre, which I think will be an absolutely marvellous bonus to the park, but perhaps it's something future trustees may well be able to achieve. So, farewell, and that's all she wrote.
Well done. Thank you, Jill. Thank you. So you've raised a number of things there that we will follow up outside of this meeting. The information around horizons and extra protection on land, that's obviously something we need to follow up because that has impact on other projects. So thank you for raising that with us. But the key thing I want to thank you for is the work that you've done, and particularly you, Bessie, around the Phragmites. And, you know, I know you have spent hours trying to, you know, and for some of us, we've gone, oh no, not Phragmites again. But your consistent pushing has actually got that recognised nationally, that it is a national weed and it needs to be dealt with.
Can I please
Sure.
clarify that? There are lists and there are lists.
Oh, okay.
We haven't got it officially through the government-controlled list. We've got it as far as DOC. We still haven't got it under our regional council. But as we're applying for this DOC fund right now, we're going for about 1.6 million. Just keep praying for me, everybody. We need, you know, which is over 3 sites across the region. The fact that they released this a couple of weeks ago, that this is now recognised by DOC as a weed, they're the funder. I'm riding on that coattail.
Awesome, and well done to you and the team for sticking in there with that. That's fantastic. My only other question before opening it up is the wetland planting and the grant that you got from MPI to do that.
Yep.
Was there not in that application funding included to maintain it?
No, the MPI grant came out. It was for a 3-year period. We staged it so that we actually got it to the full planting stage. Our costs dropped down quite dramatically as we moved to a maintenance phase, and that must be done regardless of anything else. We couldn't cope with continuing at that level of, so we have to pull back, maintain what we've put in place, and that will be at least 2 to 3 years, and then we start which is actually one of the things we wanted to do by the end of this financial year, is a biodiversity plan for the next 20 to 30 years. And then it starts to move into an enrichment program. So we're moving from raw restoration to maintenance, then to an enrichment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess my question is more around is that I see the Trust has asked Council to consider some funding for the maintenance of the new plants that you've put in. I guess my question is, shouldn't that, is there an opportunity to go back to MPI and say it's all very well to fund these plants, but they have to be maintained?
No.
Yeah.
We've got a small amount of funding coming through from Horizons. Now, where some of the funding comes from the council is already built into our stipend.
So I think maybe we've written that kind of not quite clearly. There's Horizons, we've got a small amount there, and then within our stipend, we actually push some of that activity towards the maintenance. So I didn't think we were actually asking for additional money for that. I think there is a money issue, but it relates to when we took over the wetland, which is a separate issue. When we took over the wetland, we were given to manage an extra piece of land. We were given a 20,000 a year. Somewhere there was a glitch, and I don't know what it was, that we failed to ask that to continue. That is nothing more than asking to go back to picking up the additional maintenance to link it into the existing stipend that we get.
Thank you,
Does that
thank
make
you. Yeah,
sense?
absolutely. That makes it much clearer. I understand it now. Yep,
Yeah.
thank you. Hopefully that I wasn't the only one that was a bit confused there. Let's open it up for questions, comments. Councillor Blackmore.
As I read through the report, I was just wondering about if you know anything about the future of Jobs for Nature funding and if that's ongoing, and if that wasn't there, what that might mean for the work you do.
We're still working with the Jobs for Nature team. We've contracted them. They've done most of the planting and the management of the wetland, and they've done a really good job. This is post the national funding going, and we think we can still bring them in. We're supplying them with about 30% of their workload for the year through our activities. They've got a couple of other minor contracts, and we're supporting them to go on into becoming I guess a more commercial unit. So we're still putting the input in around skills and capability and upgrading their health and safety and supervising and all those kinds of things. So it's still existing. If, keep our fingers crossed, we get this dock one, they become a really integral part of that across the region. So look, at this stage it's going, but it's at total risk.
Thank you. I just noted at Zone 3 last week, MP Andy Foster gave us an update, and he told us that Jobs for Nature funding had been canned under the new government. And his concern was that the weeds still keep growing, so how are we going to manage them?
Yeah. And if we can create another team in this community that has capability, then we start to say, how do we fund it and that? But by turning them to something commercial, I think there's a viability potentially.
Which is great, and it's good for them, for those people as well. Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Councillor Short.
Thank you. I've been down and had a look at the new boardwalk, and I noticed the gates in place, and I assumed that was because of potential flooding. So it's looking fantastic. Certainly hope no one flogs it this time.
No.
No, the park is looking really good. So I'd like to thank you all, but particularly Jill and Bessie for all the work. But I've also enjoyed this year being on the appointments committee for new trustees, and we've got some fabulous new trustees. But also want to go right back to 10 years when it was established, and I was involved in the appointments committee and interviewed Jill. Actually, I've interviewed all of you. So I think I'd just like to acknowledge all the work that Jill's put in over the years. And I know sometimes it's been very frustrating, but you've persevered, and you're not scared to say what needs to be said, and both of you. And yeah, something for you to follow on with. And we do listen. So I'd like to thank you for the passion, and wish you well with your retirement from the trust, and wish Bessie well for her 12 months of being the new chairperson. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Short. And I'd like to thank you for your support too. You've been a very great support to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Tēnā koutou. Seems like there's congratulations for all three of you. Jill, congratulations on the 10 years of beautiful leadership and service that you've given to our park. Tēnā koe, congratulations on your appointment to chairman, and congratulations to the new trustee. Tēnā mihi kia koutou. I just want to echo Mayor's comments around the Phragmites, and I wish you all the best, and hopefully the government also puts it on the national list. I'll do a karakia for the $1.6 million of funding. Could you just give us a little bit of a brief corridor as to what that funding is going to do?
The grant application states quite clearly it is either around, you've got to put in around either flora and fauna or ecosystems. We have chosen to go ecosystems, and we're building the application around protecting three significant ecosystems in the region. One is in the Horowhenua area, which is the Manawatū Estuary National Ramsar Site, and the protection processes are because we're now getting sea surge and it's all along our beaches, we will actually, part of the program is managing the beaches, so we're reducing sea surge and potential into the estuary there. The second area is our forest, being a ephemeral wetland and forest, and quite unique as a site that they consider a protection site under their definitions. We're looking at the Makino stream all the way down to Bonus Road, trying to clear over that 3-year period all Phragmites from the Makino stream and the forest. So we're stopping the reinfestations. And so that's the protection of that. Then out at Tangi Moana, which is the worst infestation of the whole lot.
Right.
We're doing a two-prong attack. One is not the actual estuary itself, but at Scott's Ferry just before that, where you've got a massive amount that is feeding in, and we will start clearing that, and also start one or two of the pieces at the top end north of upstream of Bulls, where we think the original infestation is. So we'll do a bit of a squeeze there. There will still be the Tangi Moana will still need help. But at least if we can get it that far and start some protections and reduction of continued spread in place, we might have a chance of managing Tangi.
There's some big goals around mitigation protection there. It requires some big funding. Awesome.
That's why I'm saying, please put it out to the universe. We all need it.
Okay. Okay, I'll do that. I'll speak to them. The other thing I just want to comment on, I was in Christchurch with the young elected members, and we were able to visit the community gardens, and I guess they're sort of Christchurch equivalent to Awahuri Forest. And it made me really proud of ours. So it's not until you get to see other districts. And, you know, they were talking about the Enviro schools, and then I had a little moment where I was like, I'll put my hand up and talk about Awahuri Forest. And I just want to acknowledge the park and the mokopuna intergenerational opportunity that we give our community, our schools. Recently, I just attended Manchester Street School, and like the biggest accomplishment that they listed in their Jubilee was the Enviro schools. And for the last 3 years, I've been helping at the kiosk, and it's just been wonderful to see busloads and busloads of our children, our tamariki here in Manawatū, learn about Awahuri Forest, because that's how we enable them, empower them to be kaitiaki and give back to it. And I was just really proud to share with Christchurch what we were doing. Yeah, so well done.
Yeah. I'll just make a comment about that. Yes, and we're seeing a lot more importance in adult education too. We've had Landcare there teaching their various people around the world about flying drones over the forest, but also I believe Lynn recently took a group of South Koreans to the park because there wasn't room at the freezing works for them to all go around and look at lambs being killed. And she told me they were fascinated. They don't have any forest like that in South Korea. It was quite an eye-opener for all of them. And one of our Japanese students found a baby stick insect on Bessie's sleeve, and it was great curiosity and phones and finding out what it is, because they'd never seen one before.
Yeah.
So it's really worthwhile, not just the children.
Yeah.
And we need to get the adults there as well. And we're working on that.
Jill, just a quick question. Sorry, Your Worship. Around Massey, is there any sort of opportunity for a formalised arrangement?
I think it will become formalised, yes.
Oh,
From
awesome.
it's difficult to know, you had to tread carefully, but
Yes.
I'm meeting up with the professor in March, Aaron Madden, our biodiversity
Nice.
specialist, and myself. We're going to meet with them and look at what can be added to the curriculum of these students who are coming over beforehand, so it's integrated into their academic stuff. Where that will go, I don't know.
Awesome. We look
But
forward to
it's
hearing
worth
from them.
trying.
he did mention they were going to see Zambia on Tuesday. He did mention that he thought actually it was worth more for them to visit the park for a longer visit than go to Zealandia, which was a real feather in our cap.
Absolutely. Well done. Thank you, councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. The previous topic that we just talked about, which was the waste levy grants allocation, and I'd just like to note the link to Enviro schools, that actually was part of what a significant part of the waste levy grant has gone to.
Absolutely.
I just think there's a link there. I just thought I'd link the dots.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. So we do need to wrap this up, but yeah, I just want to formally say again, thank you, endorse all the comments that have been made, the outstanding work that you've done. It is a community effort, but in particular to thank you all, and particularly you, Jill, for the leadership and the years of service that you've given the park. And we are getting there, and with your hard work and partnership with the community and council, we will. So I thank you for that. There is a recommendation on page 85. If I can have a mover and a seconder, councillor Short.
Thank you. I'd like to move that the council receive the Aohuru Forest Kitchener Park Trust's annual report 1st of July 2023 to 30th of June 2024.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Blackmore, thank you. No further discussion. I put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Excellent. Thank you. And perfect opportunity to adjourn our meeting for morning tea. Right, let's reconvene our meeting, and we are item 10.5 on page 118. This is the Sport Manawatū Horizons Region Spaces and Places Plan for Sport and Recreation. So welcome to the team. So we've got Kelly, Carl, and Megan, and welcome Zenta from the Sport NZ. So great to have you here today. So we'll take the report as read, but I'll hand it over to you and then we can open it for discussion.
Thank you. Morning, elected members and officers. You've kind of done my job for me initially. I was going to introduce Kelly, who you would have met at our LTP submission. And Xanta Jones is our subject matter expert in the spaces and places for Sport New Zealand. So thank you for the opportunity to present the Haraki Tour Plan to Council. Firstly, I'd like to highlight Shane Harris as the project sponsor for this project. And also I'd like to thank Council officers and staff for the support and the production of the this plan. I was named in this in a previous life, as you may have noticed as well. So the plan's been in development now for a few years. It's a review of the 2018 sports facilities plan. And with feedback from stakeholders, and the decision-making framework was complicated, and the implementation of the previous plan was limited. So those were kind of the identified improvements that the consultants identified. So yeah, the purpose of this second edition is to provide a pragmatic approach for councils, funders and enablers of spaces and places to constructively collaborate and understand the needs of community, set priorities and make decisions on resource allocation. A steering group will be an outcome that will come from this, and the level of steering group will be negotiated amongst the councils, whether it's at CE level or general manager level, is the expectation at this stage. And it's an opportunity to share and access skills, knowledge and tools of best practice, especially with capacity and capability and budgets are stretched in these tight financial times for councils. So it's a tool that council can utilise with any of the proponent groups that approach them for development. And the plan is sort of based around regional or sub-regional facilities, but it can be utilised within local initiatives too. Currently, all the councils within the Horizons region have endorsed this plan. We'll be taking this up to HDC early next month as the final one of the 7 within the Horizons region. Do you have anything else you'd like to add in there as well, Xanta?
Yeah, you're probably wanting to know what Sport New Zealand's business and regional plans for space and places. I guess, first of all, just want to acknowledge how grateful we are to local government for the contribution you make to the space and places that enable our communities to be active, because actually everybody active is our vision, but it's one that is enacted by you. Councils are our biggest investor in the system, particularly through the provision of parks, playgrounds, open spaces, indoor courts, aquatic facilities. So, yeah, and we know that that provision is more expensive than it's ever been, more expensive to build and improve, more expensive to operate, and more expensive for our communities to access. So we totally understand and appreciate these really challenging times for you all. Challenging times when our Prime Minister says back to basics. Probably another question you're all asking yourself. What we say in response to that the social value generated by participation in physical activity through facility and space and places provision has never been more important. Obesity rates, some of the worst in the developed world, mental health and suicide statistics that are not great, a real loss of social cohesion and connectivity in our communities, and as we've seen recently, some public unrest. impacts of government changes, natural disasters, and a life online are really contributing to a breakdown of society as we know it. So we really know that you appreciate the value that physical activity can add to your communities, that community infrastructure brings to your society. However, we know that much of the network, not just in Horizons region, but across the country, is aged. A lot of it's no longer fit for purpose and no longer meets the needs of a modern community. There are problems with access. There are greater demands from a greater breadth of activities than ever before. And in areas we have duplication and over provision, and in other areas we have under provision. So lots of considerations. The reason we're interested in these regional space and places plans and have invested in them for, I think, around 8 years now, we see that there's benefit to working regionally to create a connected and complementary network of facilities so that no one council has to feel the burden of providing everything. Also acknowledging that participants in the sport and rec sector doesn't operate within district or city boundaries, that people move across boundaries in order to participate. We have a space and places framework, which has recently been updated, which is our foundation document for the principles and planning practice that we advocate for. And the foundation principles align really tightly with the regional space and places plans. And that's really around evidencing need for provision, financial and environmental sustainability, accessible and inclusive facilities, connected, multi-use and fit for purpose. And if we have all those things right, we'll have well-utilised facilities, and that's the most sustainable facility we can hope for. Carl talked a bit about what the weaknesses were of the previous version and what this version has sought to address. I don't think we'll ever say that any version is perfect because our communities are continually evolving, and we'll seek to try and improve them in the way we operationalise these plans rather than getting it perfect in the high level plan. But what it does seek to do, and what we see as the benefit for your district and the region, you've got a lot of councils in a relatively small area, and that's a lot of expectation around provision to try and meet. We really think that the opportunity through a regional plan is to harness the limited resources available to optimise impact, utilising your strengths and the strengths of others to try and enhance our practice around provision. Having that helicopter knowledge of what's planned and provided across the network so that it can be complementary, ensuring that the burden of regional and national facilities isn't felt just by one council or isn't inequitable. Having access to the tools, resources, best practice example, and sometimes funding that we're able to provide, and having that evidence-based approach so you can clearly understand what are the priorities for your community, where are the gaps, and really be able to tell that story, most importantly, of what you don't need. I know that it's really challenging when you get approached by proponent groups with great ideas and lots of passion and enthusiasm, but trying to tell them that really clear story of why you can't do things for a council can be really hard. If we can provide you the ability to step back from some of those difficult conversations so that you can put really clear and consistent process in place to help you tell that story, would love to be able to walk alongside you with that. The other thing that we're able to provide for those in those regions where they have a regional space and places plan is advice to lotteries and other funders about priorities and projects that align with those principles. In saying that, what are we asking from you other than endorsement of the plan? What does that mean? We're asking you to say yes to collaboration, optimizing the skills and strengths of the region, to look at the network as a whole, not just council facilities, school facilities, private facilities, facilities across the boundary. We're asking you to implement the framework within the plan as part of your usual practice to help you to be able to make decisions in an evidence-based way, asking you to promote the plan and its principles and priorities, and to support the RST with implementation. And as Carl said, that will be in the form of commitment to a steering group. Now, I know we often focus on the capital cost of provision, and that's really important. But unfortunately, it's only a fraction of the full picture. And we know that the operating cost, particularly in these times, is a burden for 50+ years for communities. I was at a conference last week, a National Recreation Conference, where the Tupuna Maunga Authority look after the maunga across Auckland in co-governance with mana whenua. And he spoke of making mokopuna decisions. And I really love that, because making evidence-based decisions about facilities is making decisions that think about, will they best serve the needs of our community in 50 years? And will they be happy to continue to pay for those decisions? And that's probably where I'll leave it today, is asking you, by continuing your endorsement of the previous plan, we're not asking you to give up your autonomy to make the best decisions for your community. We're just asking you to join us to make those decisions with your eyes wide open to all the benefits and risks of every decision. So we'd love to walk alongside you in that. We'll continue to support Carl and Kelly and the team to support you. And yeah, happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really good to get that overview of the plan. Couple of things from me, and then we'll open it up. I saw the original iteration of this, and even now, as you say, the minute you write some of this stuff, it's out of date. So, and you can see that. A question I have, and I don't know whether you can answer it here, is there is a comment on page 23 of the plan. It puts a comment about issues and opportunities. Inaccessibility to Manfield as a local resource is an identified issue. Can you explain what inaccessibility means in this context? Does it mean it's hard to physically get into Manfield, or?
I think that relates to the cost of the utilisation. Community groups can't hire that on a regular basis. Sorry.
I'm just going to jump in as well. Carl and I both worked with Brad as this plan was being developed. So a lot of this stuff came from conversations with user groups and stakeholders that were interviewed as part of the plan. And I know, like in the second part, you'll see the comment about the field and gymnastics.
Yep.
A lot of that was actually in relation to that at the time. They weren't able to use Manfield well. And then from that came a great relationship where they now have a beautiful space and things moving forward. But yeah, Carl is right. It also related to cost and a whole bunch of other things. So it was feedback based from stakeholders at the time.
Thank you. And I guess, and the other thing for me is this is great at a regional level, but the challenge that we have around decisions is grassroots versus regional. because yes, there's regional facilities, but for everyday grassroots in our community, there's still a need. So it's about how do we make decisions around that. And the other thing I'd encourage you to do is to take this plan a step forward and be brave and put forward some, if you want us to think regionally about facilities, how do we fund them regionally? And I'd urge you to be brave about that. And I think about when the velodrome concept was put forward and we couldn't come up with a regional agreement and we lost it altogether because we couldn't get our ducks in a row. And a proposal was put forward then through Horizons that ratepayers through Horizons would pay a fee and it was worked out based on usage and distance that would go into a fund for regional facilities, and it never got off the ground. So the challenge still is, we can think regionally all we like, but how do we fund this stuff regionally? It's hard enough trying to fund it community.
Yeah, that's a discussion that we've also had with PNCC. I've spoken about that exact same comment, and that regional fund through Horizons or whatever mechanism it looks like. Yeah, that is a valid comment.
Okay.
Just, do you want?
Sure.
I can also comment on that. So Sport New Zealand's currently exploring a piece of work. Northland has a regional targeted rate for facility provision. Part of that is used for regional and above facilities, and part of it is distributed to each council in that region on a per population basis to deliver on local facility provisions as agreed in the priorities in their plan. So that's a really neat sign of their maturity with their steering group and their plan in that region. So we're just putting a bit of a paper together at the moment to provide advice around how other regions might go about that approach. But in terms of I totally take your point about the local provision, and that's where we would love communities to focus their energy. And we would love you to integrate the framework that's in the plan as part of your business case development processes that you have internally, whether it be for sports fields upgrades or I know that you've been exploring indoor court provision, those sorts of things. I guess what we're also saying is when you're thinking about those things, if there's a national indoor court facility down the road at Palmy, you guys don't need the national indoor court. Don't burden yourselves with that, trying to operate and maintain a venue like that. But what isn't there in the wider network of the region where you could fill a gap through another opportunity you're exploring? So to your point about the velodrome, I think that's a great example. I would also challenge you to say, there's not a lot of regional and national facilities needed in the whole national network at the moment. But what is really needed with our changing participation landscape is accessible local facilities for communities to be active in their own neighbourhoods. With the cost of living crisis, with an ageing population, with a more diverse population than we've ever seen, if people can be active close to home that in a way that's affordable and in a facility that they can access, then I think you'll get the greatest value. It might not be economic, but it will certainly provide great social value.
Awesome, thank you. Let's open it up. Councillor Blackmore.
Probably a question for Adi. And the report has a bunch of kind of recommendations for councils. How will we be looking at this report and kind of considering those recommendations and integrating them perhaps into other plans and strategies?
So you're talking about the list for our region particularly?
Yeah, so page 11 on kind of has recommendations, which includes recommendations for councils.
Yeah, so each of those were developed with the council officers that Sport Manawatū were working with. So like Helen alluded to, a lot of the stuff that's in ours has already been put into long-term planning or actually already achieved as we go through. So as this plan was developed, it was a real snapshot in time at that time to say, what's going on, where are you heading, plus taking, feedback from all the stakeholders that they interviewed along the process. So we'll continue to use that to help influence our long-term plan and annual plan, and work with our community committees and stuff as well to ensure that the analysis that was developed at the time of putting the plan together, is it still relevant? And if it is, how does that impact where we go for the future?
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Underwood.
Got a couple of questions. The stakeholders referred to throughout the report, are they the ones listed in the last paragraph of the general manager's intro there? Or are they also sports clubs? And because I tried to go to that reference document on page 4, sorry, and it's not live. The link doesn't appear to be live. And it was a document from 2021. Is that our latest info that we've got that we're basing this on?
Sorry. So the reference document is it's about 120 pages of a snapshot of all the facilities across there, and it's a more detailed version of this. So the initial one that you've got there is a summary document, and then the reference document is obviously the full, but it's not on that link. I can attach that.
The stakeholders
somewhere.
that were engaged included clubs, regional sports organisations, mana whenua, the 8 councils of the region, and then the 2 sports trusts. There might have been a couple of facility operators.
Yeah, so we met with Manfield and other significant stakeholders across the region as well.
I just thought it would have been helpful to know who they were, the stakeholders, because they get mentioned quite a bit. And with the regional steering group, who do you envisage being part of that?
So that'll be a discussion that we'll have with CEs at this stage to figure out which sort of a level they would like that to operate. There's discussions with, we've been chatting with Lynn and Adi on where this best sits. So that hasn't been finalised, but I'm meeting with Sport Wanganui after this meeting, and we're rolling out an implementation plan. And as part of that steering group will be decided in that space. So we'll get feedback from each of the councils on which level they see that sitting, and which members will be on that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Lynn.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to answer Councillor Underwood's question, we can provide the list of stakeholders. This was presented to Council, I think it was around a year ago, by Brad from Sports Manawatū, and he presented to Council and spoke about all the stakeholders that had been engaged. So we can provide you with that report again so that you can have a look at that. And to the question about the steering group, as Carl mentioned, Shane intends taking that to the CEs forum to have a discussion about that being potentially the place that would be the steering group for these kind of discussions.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. A couple of things. One, I'm actually just wondering if anybody can tell me how much this report cost to put together. And the other sort of comment I'd make is I detected a bit of a subliminal track at the back to basics policy of the current government, coalition government. In amongst that is, I guess, local authorities focusing exactly on what the government thinks that they should, which is, infrastructure and all of those sorts of things. So clearly when it comes to, sporting facilities, it's a role of the ratepayer to provide its community for sporting facilities. But then if we look at a lot of where sport goes in terms of education, health, the question I ask is that a responsibility of ratepayers, or is that a responsibility of vote education, vote health? Because my view is that's where it does lie. And I think, there's an awful lot of stuff in here that to me, is not going to be funded in the short term or even the medium term, I think. I don't want to be a pessimist, but I think that's the harsh reality of government funding available, but also the pressure on ratepayers, especially our ratepayers in the urban district, who have invested wisely in infrastructure but are paying high rates for it. So, look, it's great to be aspirational, but I think we also need to be pragmatic and realistic about what's affordable for communities, probably for the next little while anyhow.
Was there a question?
Oh, there was a question.
There was a
about-
question. I said, how much did this report cost?
Oh, sorry.
And then I was just making an observation.
Yeah, sorry. I can't confirm the total amount. I think it was 20,000, but it was proportionate across.
No, it was more than that. I think it was 6.
Yeah, it was in purpose.
It's 60, and I think proportionately split across the 7 councils, and Sport New Zealand put in half. Yeah. So it was developed by RSL.
RSL.
Who's a sport and rec consultant.
Yeah. But still no, you can't give me an amount that the actual whole report cost.
I think it's around 60, but we can come back to you with that exact final. Just to the back to basics comment, that's a comment about that councils must be grappling with what that means for them. So I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, but we had a classic example this morning. We had a upstanding young man who made the New Zealand canoe polo team, and he said, it's great that I'm sitting here today because I started this 100 metres over there at the community pool.
Yeah.
And all those medals that came home from the Olympics that the government want to recognise, where do you think all those kids started? Those people started.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So if there's no further questions or comments, there is a recommendation on page 118. And this is seeking for us to endorse the report. And then I took the notes, Zenta, that you said that by endorsing it, we agree to collaborate on facilities and implement and promote the plan. Correct?
Sounds good.
Great. Okay, Councillor Bell.
I'm happy to move it, Your Worship. That the Manawatū District Council endorses He Rā Ki Tua Horizons Region Spaces and Places Planned for Sport and Recreation 2023 to 2043 to guide and inform council decisions on play, active recreation and sport.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Blackmore, thank you. Any further discussion? None? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thanks, team. Thank you.
Thank you all.
We'll keep working on the journey, community facilities.
Perfect.
Right, we move now to 10.6. This is the seeking to adopt the gambling venues policy, and we're on page 150. As you will recall, we had discussion about this at a previous council meeting when we deliberated on the submissions that we had received. And to recap from that previous meeting, there was very much a split around the table, almost 50-50 depending who was here, around what direction we wanted to take. We did go out to consultation telling the community our preferred option was the status quo. However, at that last meeting, by one vote, it went to bringing the gambling venues policy back with a sinking lid focus. So that's what is in front of us today, but it is the opportunity to discuss that again and make some decisions. So welcome, Lisa.
Good morning, Your Worship, councillors, colleagues. As Mayor Helen has said, my report today presents to you the proposed gambling venues policy for adoption. The policy has been updated based on the direction you gave when you deliberated on the submissions received on the draft policy. So the key changes requested at deliberations were that the gambling venues policy is based on a sinking-led approach, that the policy provides for the relocation of existing Class 4 gambling venues in the event of a natural hazard or other extenuating circumstances, and that in the event of a club merger, the number of gaming machines be limited to 2/3 of the combined total of the merging venues. So the changes I've made to the draft policy to give effect to these requests are shown in the track changes version of the policy, which is Annex 2 to my report, and in Table 1 of Annex 3. So in relation to the sinking lid, the key change to give effect to the sinking lid policy approach is the deletion of clause 4.10, which set a gaming cap at 90 machines, and the insertion of new clause 4.11 that states no consent will be granted for any new Class 4 venues in the Manawatū district. The explanatory note under clause 4.11 clarifies that this clause only applies to consent applications for new Class 4 venues and does not apply to applications for relocations or club mergers. In relation to relocations, the old relocation clause, which was clause 4.8, has been deleted and replaced with new clauses 4.12 and 4.13. The effect of these changes is that relocations are still provided for, but only under exceptional circumstances. As outlined in Table 1 and Annex 3, the wording of the new relocation clauses is based on those contained in the Palmerston North City Council's Class 4 Gambling Venues Policy 2023, except that we've retained reference to existing venue conditions rather than having a separate clause that relates to the number of machines that may be operated at the new venue. In relation to club mergers, our previous club merger clause was 4.10E, and I've deleted that and replaced it with new clauses 4.14, 4.15 and 4.16. These clauses set out the process that applicants must follow when applying for consent for a club merger. New clause 4.16 is the clause that specifies the number of machines that may operate at the new Class 4 venue, which limits the number to 2/3 of the combined total. As discussed at the deliberations meeting on the 7th of November, if Council does not specify on its consent the number of machines that may operate in the event of a club merger, this makes it possible for the merging clubs to apply under Section 95 of the Gambling Act 2003 for a licence to operate up to 30 gaming machines. In relation to a few other changes, paragraph 3.6 of my report in Table 2 in Annex 3 describes some other minor changes that I've recommended for adoption. These changes are summarised as updates to clause references that are necessary as a result of the redrafting, the relocation of clauses to improve the logical flow of the policy, and some amendments to the decision-making clauses for consents for Class 4 gambling venues to clarify who's authorised to make those decisions and the process for lodging an appeal. So I'll just briefly go through those. So the relocation of clauses, I've recommended the relocation of the section titled Primary Activity of Class 4 Gambling Venues further forward in the policy to follow the sections that control the location of Class 4 gambling venues via district plan zoning and proximity controls. I consider this to be more logical in that this section also relates to controls that Council has over where those Class 4 gambling venues can locate. When updating the policy, I noticed that there were some inconsistencies in the decision-making clauses for Class 4 gambling venues compared to TAB venues. The TAB decision-making clauses specified who's the responsible officer for processing those consents and provided for appeals on any consent decision made. These aspects were absent from the equivalent clauses for consents issued for Class 4 gambling venues. So I have made some minor things to bring those into consistency. I noted that under a sinking-lid approach, the only consents that Council will be issuing for Class 4 gambling venues relate to relocations or mergers, not to any new applications. The Palmerston North City Council's Class 4 Gambling Venues Policy 2023 includes an appeals clause, so I considered it appropriate for ours to also consider that. So the options available to you today are summarised in clause 3.8 of my report, and those are 1, that Council adopts the proposed gambling venues policy as attached in Annex 1 to my report. Option 2, that Council adopts for the gambling venues policy subject to the Chief Executive making changes agreed at this meeting. So if there are changes that you wish to make, those would be noted in the minutes of the meeting, and then I would use those to update the policy. And option 3 is similar to option 2, but rather than delegating to the Chief Executive to agree those final changes, it would be brought back to you at a subsequent Council meeting for adoption. And then option 4 is that council rejects the proposed gambling venues policy and that the 2001 version of the policy remain operative. So only one of those recommendations that are in my report would be passed today, and the implications of each option are outlined in paragraphs 310 to 313 of my report. So if you do support option 1 or 2, my intent would be to finalise the policy after this meeting, and then a copy of that policy would be shared with the Secretary for Internal Affairs, the Chief Executive of Internal Affairs and TAB New Zealand, and I would also send a letter to every submitter and every key stakeholder that we engaged with through the process to inform them of the outcome of the process. Now, I know that there has been some concern around the shift from what we recommended as our preferred approach, which was the cap, to then to the sinking lid. I would just wish to remind you that we did include all 3 options in our consultation document, and although we did indicate that our preferred was option 1, which was the status quo, we did present the 3 options and ask the community which option they preferred. So we did, include information on all 3 options, and a shift from our preferred to one of the other options, although that is a shift in what we had indicated, I think it's still within the scope of what we consulted the community on. So now happy to hand it over to you, Mayor Helen, for questions.
Thank you. Just make an observation on page 167, it talks about the objectives of this policy, number 2, to provide opportunities for people to participate in machine gambling and betting on gambling, harness and greyhound racing and other sporting events within the Manawatū district. Although our policy, so the policy in fact focuses on machine gambling rather than the others. Is that because apart from allowing those other activities to happen, we have no control on criteria, etc.?
I guess that this is a combined policy, so it is our TAB policy as well as our Class 4 gambling policy. So the reference to, that racing and things like that would be more the TAB functions rather than the Class 4 gambling.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Look, I'm going to open this up. I'd actually like to move that the council rejects the adoption of the gambling venues policy and that the 2021 gambling venues policy remains operative.
Thank you. So that motion's on the table. Does it have a seconder? Councillor Quigley. Thank you. Let's open that up for discussion.
I will
Thank you.
take my right of addressing that, Your Worship.
Yes.
As has been pointed out by officers, at the 15th of August 2024 council meeting, council approved the public notification of the draft gambling venues policy, and as notified was based on council's preferred option 1 being the status quo. Now, we've been down this pathway before when we've gone to the community for feedback on a preferred option, and some of us will recall that council got one hell of a hiding last time that happened when the local government commission intervened. So I think it's rather disingenuous, it's almost dishonest, it's dishonourable to go to the public for consultation, state a preferred option, and then thumb our noses at the feedback that we received. And, we know from the last time that that 63% agreed with the status quo and actually 11% wanted an increase. So 74% of people that actually responded in the survey were comfortable with the same level or the status quo or even a bit more, as opposed to 26% of people that submitted on a sinking lid policy. So one of the as I've said, I've made my point known, I think, what I think the community will think of us in actually ignoring what they say. But the worst thing is that we established a preferred position back in August, and all of a sudden we decide that actually it's not a preferred position. Well, it's actually hardly cricket to go out to the community with a preferred position and then just very narrowly change our minds for a variety of reasons. So it's my view that actually indulging in that sort of behaviour is tantamount to exposing council to reputational risk. Now, you can say what you like about that, but it's no wonder when we actually do this sort of stuff, or councils do this sort of stuff, that the public actually push back and say, why the hell did we bother? It's actually, frankly, colleagues, it's just not good enough, in my view, that we tell the community one thing and then do exactly the opposite. And I find it rather abhorrent that we would actually do that. So is it disingenuous? Yes, it is. Is it dishonourable? Yes, it is, in my view. So I cannot support anything other than opting with the status quo.
Thank you. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any further discussion? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Councillor Hadfield, for sharing your comments. One of the things that is really important to me is for me to remember the ward that I represent. My best interest is making sure our Māori communities are always positively impacted and affected. And I want to reiterate again that they're a vulnerable part of our community that are deeply impacted by this. And so it's always in my best interest to align with my marae and iwi on our strategic plans, to acknowledge the whare tapa whā and what that stands for. So I completely oppose and proudly do so. I'm not ashamed by my position. I loudly put it out there. I want people to know, including all the submitters. I also just want to reflect back to the email that we received. I think it was Ben Hodges that we all received as elected members. I responded to him because one of the paragraph that he had for us, if you remember, is the impact that it had for Māori, and he didn't even give even a well-sounded debate or argument or position about the positive effect for Māori communities. In fact, he endorsed what was said here at our last meeting about the vulnerability that it has for tangata whenua. When I asked him if I could then circulate all his facts to the iwi leaders marae, he quickly responded and asked me not to. So if his position was that he felt that his points were valid, so valid that they were happy to go to our Māori communities, then I would have been happy to be open-minded. Today I'm not. So I go against this motion. I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Short.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Corrie and I weren't present for the initial conversation, so we didn't hear all the comments. I mean, you can read the minutes, but that doesn't, explain where everyone's position was. And I was wondering whether, if Andrew's interested as well, whether we might be able to
Absolutely.
express.
Today's your opportunity. Yep. Yes.
So I've seen this policy reviewed numerous times, and I do not support Grant's motion. I would like to see us go to a sinking lid policy. What brought me to that position this time was when the Rangatiki Club closed, the gambling machines that were freed up meant under the existing policy, the status quo, that they could go other places. And what really did it for me was when I sat down and worked out the numbers. So if we work on the fact that Fielding has 17,000 population, I'm not talking about the wider district, that works out to 314 people per the 54 gambling machines in Fielding. What really highlighted it for me was when, Colin, when the Rangatea Tavern uptook another 6 machines. At Rangatea, and I'm sure Andrew would be horrified at this amount too, that means 44 people per machine, almost 300 less per machine. And to me, it's exposing that community to a much higher than what I would like to see availability of gambling. I think a lot of the submissions we received were from organisations, and I've been involved in many myself, like sports clubs, who unfortunately find themselves very, very dependent on the funding that gets distributed. I think something's got to change in, national legislation so that we're not in this position. I can't support Councillor Hadfield's proposal to leave it as status quo. I would like to see it go to a sinking lid.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. And look, I think the discussion we had during deliberations on this 2 weeks ago was probably the biggest and most in-depth discussion I've experienced as a council. And I suppose reflecting on process and Councillor Hadfield's comments around process, we retain the right to look at the evidence that comes through that process and change our minds where we believe we need to. And I feel very strongly about the need as a council to provide leadership and represent the views of the many in our community who are unable to, too young to, or unwilling to speak on the harm these machines cause. So I'm proud where we got to in the deliberations, providing guidance to our staff to amend the policy to sinking lid. So I will continue to support that today, and I would like to see us do that.
Thank you. Councillor Quarry.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I have one question, and that is with a sinking lid policy, where does that sinking lid stop? Does it stop at the removal of 10 machines, of 20 machines, of all of the machines? When does it reduce?
0.
Yeah, well, that's shall we say, a bridge too far. I could understand the reduction of a few machines, but to take it back to 0, there is other forms of gambling which will be equally as corrosive as gambling machines. And if people are addicted to the prospect of gambling, then that will simply shift to the dogs or the horses or some other internet form of gambling. The benefit, that is the downside, the benefit to our community is huge. And a lot of the sporting clubs and organisations do rely on funding from these sources. So I would support Councillor Hadfield's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw. Certainly.
So sinking lid doesn't mean we're going to go out there and tell them they're all going to have to take their gaming machines out now. It would only be if a venue closes. Now, it might be 10 or 20 years before one of those venues close. So, it could take 50 years or never to get to 0.
You're quite right. But the point is that Rangitia picked up another 9 machines that none of us thought could possibly happen or would happen. And so what we plan for doesn't always eventuate. Now, there could be some event or whatever that a number of them do disappear. And like I say, we didn't expect Rangitia to pick up another 9. They already had 9. They do service a large area. But that was something that no one anticipated, and yet it happened. And so when we put in policy, we can try and think of the different outcomes, but sometimes events occur that we haven't thought of, and hey, presto, it's gone.
Councillor Bell.
I think, one of the things, looking back to our last meeting that we had and the deliberation we had, and I brought it forward, Councillor Quarry, to have a look at the Palmerston North City Council and how they have a sinking lid, but they have a soft sinking lid, which means that, there is exceptional circumstances where you can have a relocation. So it's not harsh, and I don't see many changes happening in the immediate future. But one of the comments I do want to make, and I support Councillor Short that it's so sad that we're in this position. It's actually a really uncomfortable position that we have to weigh up, I guess, the opportunities for some of our organisations, societies, and sport being one. And this is the cost of that. So I just want to comment that, future thinking, part of mokopuna decisions is actually knowing where the money comes from, not always focusing on where it's going, and having integrity in that and being pono in that. And that's probably why, I get reminded all the time. I'm lucky enough that I always wear a taonga. I either put it in my pocket, my bag, or I wear it. And my marae always remind me, they gave it to me, the 12 gave it to remind me to always remember to be pono and have integrity in how you do things for us. So, it's really uncomfortable, this conversation. I wish there was another method and another model where you would feel satisfied that that money would be guaranteed to the same organisations and it didn't have to come from this.
Councillor Hadfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, I'm going to exercise my right of reply,
Mhm.
which will actually mean that after whatever I say, we go to a vote, because nobody else can actually have a reply. And so I've got nothing further to say.
Thank you. So we have the motion moved and seconded that council rejects the adoption of this policy and that the current policy remains operative.
I'll call for a division, Your Worship.
Thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hand.
Call for division means we have to go individually.
Thank you. We'll start with you then.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Short.
Yes from me.
Correct.
I was a no, Steph. Thank you.
Sorry, are you caught up? I'm a yes. Councillor Blackmore
No.
and Councillor Quarry.
Yes from me.
And Councillor Belsky online.
It's a no for me.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3, 4.
Could I move, Your Worship, that we leave this on the table and wait until we have a full council here?
Thank you. I will just take Hamish.
Lisa had a.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to just seek a bit of clarification around the motion. So if this motion was passed as recommendation 4, which is that council rejects the proposed gambling venues policy, would the effect of that, I understand, would be then that we would start from scratch and we would redraft and go out for public consultation again? Is that the intent?
That's not what that motion
No,
says.
not at all, Your Worship.
That motion says that the status quo with the current policy remains operative.
Yeah, so because it is due for review, because it is a 3-yearly review, then the effect of that motion would be essentially to restart the review of the policy. The other option, so recommendation 3, is that council delay the adoption of the gambling venues policy to a subsequent council meeting to allow the policy to be updated and to incorporate changes agreed at this meeting. So if the outcome of today is to essentially revert it back to a cap, then I feel we have already consulted on that. And so the preference may be to essentially redo the updates to the policy and to bring it back to a subsequent meeting if that were the outcome of the vote. The other option might be to essentially pause and seek legal advice on, if there are concerns around the legality of the process that we followed. If we do opt for a sinking lid, then that may be another option to consider as well. Hamish may want to.
No, I think.
I don't want to complicate it.
Given we're effectively at a stalemate position, it's really the where to from here. And is it the leaving it lying on the table for future consideration, or is it reverting to the existing policy and then potentially bringing that back to endorse in its current form? I imagine we'll have another stalemate at that point as well. So
2 more minutes.
I don't think there's an easy answer to a way forward, but We certainly need one.
So, just for clarification, I believe we're currently at a casting vote position.
Yes, we can go down that path.
So my view would be that I do have some just a touch of sympathy for the view that full council could consider that, but councillors Ford and Campbell, in my view, are on opposing sides as well. So, but at the end of the day, we've actually got a motion on the table, and we've called for a division, and we have a voting process which hasn't been completed. And actually, the only course of action that should happen, Your Worship, from now is for the vote to be concluded one way or the other. And actually, and because I'd exercised my right of reply, there should actually be no other further conversation around the topic.
Certainly.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess that's right. If we follow process, that does give me the casting vote. I guess I have to be upfront and say my personal view is either way. But from a process point of view and the fact that I have already voted yes to this, I would use my casting vote to support the motion. Which is the status quo as our preferred option.
Yep. So yeah, correct. So option 4 being that the current policy remains operative. We will need to reconsider sort of where to from here in terms of that review period within the policy.
So so does that mean that, well, we've then got to bring that amended, updated policy back to council, or?
If I'm right, Lisa, the current policy remains operative as is?
Yes, so at the moment it will, but it is still due for review, so we'll have to agree how we then start that review, and I think we'll have to reconsult again, most
And I
likely.
think so there'll be a regrouping on that in terms of where to from here.
Your worship. Yeah, do you mean, Lisa, reconsult, start again and go back out to the community with exactly
We've actually reviewed it.
what we've exactly said to the community?
That may be part of it.
Well, we haven't presented a amended policy. Well, the policy the proposed policy that was attached to the report is based on a sinking lid.
Yes.
I have not brought the existing policy to you for adoption. So I think we would need to agree process. If that is the preferred, then I can essentially bring the 2021 policy, change the date, bring that back for adoption. It would just be whether that's not really, I would just probably have to confirm with Shane and potentially with legal advice around, is that a review or do we need to start again with public consultation?
I think that's a key point in terms of just making sure we've got the legal requirements robust. in
Correct,
terms of bringing it
because
back.
what we have just carried states that the 2021 gambling venues policy remains operative.
Yes, so
it
it's the
doesn't
20,
include
it
the
doesn't,
review.
it's not an adoption of a new policy.
Yeah,
Yes.
so maybe the wording could have been different there. So yes, we will need to get advice on what does that mean for the review.
Correct.
Yes, and because, I mean, taking from deliberations and the decisions made there to then what was presented today for adoption, which was consistent with deliberations, is not consistent with the existing policy.
So we'll bring that back.
Thank you. Thank you for your discussion. Yep, we will bring that back. So
Thank you, Lisa. Thanks, Lindsay.
thank you, team, Lisa, Lindsay. So we move to 179, which is the annual plan initiatives. So just before we go into this conversation, so today is really about giving direction to the team about whether we want these individual items to go forward and be included in the next financial year annual plan figures. It's not a final decision on whether each of these will be supported or not. It's just, do we include them in the work that's being done to come back for further discussion and final decision making. So we will deal with them individually, but I'm also conscious that to date, the only discussion, if you can call it discussion, we've had on these is individually. We were asked individually to rank these, and you have the summary of what came back from those. As I have cautioned before, that is one step in the process, and my concern is that we still include the step in the process where we bring our individual comments and decisions back to the table and have a conversation, because as I've said previously, we can rank these individually based on what we individually know, but as we know with democracy, the value of sharing reasonings, thinkings, considerations is that it gives you access to more information, and in some incidents, that means that you may change your view. So the ranking that you put as an individual, once you have the benefit of everybody's views, that potentially could change that. So I'm keen for us to go through each of these individually and have an opportunity for joint discussion. And I will hand it over to David.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we're starting with Amanda with the financial summary. To be Amanda.
Oh, okay.
I'll pass the ball to her first.
David gets all the words and I get all the numbers. Vote at the end as to which one's more exciting. So just to give you an overview on where, I know it's blank. I got one of my team to do this and they didn't want to put anything exciting and blingy on the page. So as Your Worship has mentioned, this is a part of the annual plan process. To date, we have updated year 2 of the LTP that you've just adopted the LTP. Year 2 is next year's annual plan, 25-26. We have updated it, my goodness, can't see that. We've updated it with the latest inflation assumptions, which we use as the Beryl indices. We've updated it with the latest inflation assumptions and the latest information around what assets we have, what the revaluations were. So in essence, from the LTP to now, we've just updated it with our newer, fresher, more accurate assumptions as time's gone on. Nothing else has been added into it at this stage. So this is year 2. David's going to take you through suggestions of things or proposals of what you may want to consider to add into this, which would change your rates number. So pressing the button. This clicker does go. Cool. So just a quick recap of your rates cap. I know it's corny. So LTP is year 1. You recall that during the financial strategy, we changed the rates cap to be a 5% plus LGCI plus growth instead of 3%, noting that the LGCI that was being indicated was really low and reducing, and we recognise that that could be quite constrictive going forward. As we expected, the LGCI has come out and it's actually 3.2. So back on the LTP assumptions, they were saying that year 2 would be 2.2 and it's come back to be 3.2. So as we kind of thought that would happen, and it has. What that has actually meant is that your rates cap for year 2 has gone from 8.7%, which is including your growth, to 9.7. That's a cap, not a target, and you can go past it, but it's a please explain if you do go past it kind of thing. The rates position in the LTP was 6.03, and unbelievably, it is sitting at 6.04, so pretty much right on. We've had some big swings around depreciation up and down, interest up and down, and it all came back to actually be a net effect of very little. So it looks like we've done very little work, and actually there's been a lot of work done to land in pretty much the same place, which is pretty unheard of at this point. Normally we come to you and go, my goodness, when we update our assumptions, it looks really ugly, but it's looking quite positive at this stage. What that means is you have a 2.16% gap. So you do have room to add things if you really wanted to. And the note at the bottom, around $490,000 of OPEX is, or of rates, in essence, is a 1% increase on rates. So every year we have a number, it's about 490. And that's kind of a key number just to keep in the back of your head while you're considering, initiatives. 490 adds 1%.
And that is also assuming that we keep everything that we have put in there to date stays there.
Yes, absolutely. So next meeting, which I think is the 5th, 28th, the next one, 5th, we are going through kind of high level, but then some quite low level in some areas. Each of the activities within council, whether it's we do that activity because it's compulsory or because it's discretionary, and therefore how much rates are in that. And you can give us an indication to say, actually, that's a lot. We'd like to consider that, so we can go away and say, in this area where it's discretionary, this is the things you might want to consider. So that's next council meeting. Any questions? So this is status quo. We were at now. Initiatives. Next meeting is your discretionary stuff.
Councillor Underwood.
Annual plan year 2 is equivalent to long-term plan year 3.
Yeah.
The 6.98% there, how does that compare to what we had in the long-term plan?
To say I don't remember those numbers, and we probably shouldn't have popped them in. I don't recall how it tracks at year 3. When we are budgeting, we're starting to get a better practice of doing a rolling 10-year budget. So normally we'll do 10 years for LTP, and then next year after that we say to the managers, update, and we're updating 1 year at a time. We're changing our practice, and that takes a little bit of retraining as well to say, don't just update this next year. Keep telling us what's happening going forward, This is only our 2nd year of trying to do that, so I'm not entirely sure that year 2 and the annual plan is that robust. I haven't actually focused on checking that. When we come to year 2, which is technically year 3 of the LTP, we would still be basing from year 3, but would be updating with what we knew at the time.
So we can't assume that because there was just that 0.01 change for year 1 that it would
No,
be similar.
no. I mean, we have updated year 2 with the latest Burl indices and the latest inflation and that kind of thing, but we haven't focused on checking year 3 as such.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
it's a work in progress.
Councillor McFadden.
Sorry, thank you, Bishop. I had a question, but I want to withdraw it, the right to ask it. Thank you. I'm not going to ask the question.
Because one of the reasons why we do the outer years is to help with our debt, to kind of keep an eye on what's happening with the debt. So the next page, this is like a lot around, not remembering what the next page is. This does not want to go. Okay. Oh, I've just briefly spoken through these. So what is the quick high level things? And we're going to be covering Bill, also known as inflation for most people. Bill is the provider of the local government inflation indices. So we shouldn't really say Bill. Interest, they've gone up, they've gone down, and as you know about interest rates, depreciation has decreased. Subsidised roading has been adjusted in the current year, in year 2, to match the NZTA contract. What has identified is that year 1, which is the year that we're currently in, we made a call during the LTP. We knew that NZTA contract was going to be decreased. Infrastructure team made a call on how that would be and cut it back. Previously, we'd underdone that. This time we've slightly overdone it. And therefore the program of work this year is slightly underfunded. It's a 3-year program, so we have the opportunity to move that stuff around, and that's one of the things we're going to be covering.
Which is why we have
the late new initiative. Yeah,
Okay.
the late new initiative to say, what do you want to do in this space? Which
Yep.
I think might be the next slide, Steph, is it? Oh no, okay. This is just reminding you of the assumptions that we have through the LTP. There's quite a lot of them, and through the annual plan. I've been asked in the past, do we use the same indices, inflation indices across all our budgets? No, we don't. We use, they're quite granular. And you can see the insurance indice, which I thought would be quite interesting there. Year one of the LTP, we had an inflation increase of 32%, and then in the out years, we dropped it back to barrel. We were challenged quite heavily on that by Audit New Zealand, and part of the response was we are starting to increase our self-insurance reserve. And if the premiums considered at 32%, we just couldn't afford them anyway, so it isn't going to be paid. And we believe that it will come back to barrel, and actually the indications are that was a pretty good assumption to make. So a slight win there. The other thing that's happened is that the revaluation assumptions slightly came back, which was great. But otherwise, that's our inflation assumptions, just kind of probably a refresher for you as to what drives it. Okay, so this is the nitty gritty.
Councillor
Thank you.
McFadden.
Sorry. I just have a question, and it's related to this, and that is, one of the proposals we put forward is to get the credit rating, 57K.
Yeah.
If we actually were to bring that forward and do it now, in other words, take it out of an unbudgeted expenditure, obviously with a focus to try and pick up that saving somewhere else, would you have any idea? I don't expect you to answer the question now, but what effect that could have on our interest cost if we actually took the hit and spent it now, and at what time those loans and drawdowns that you have running in the next year, what the financial impact might be of doing that decision early?
Ridiculously minor.
Okay,
It takes, 3 to 8 years to pay off. Yeah, not a lot. We have assumed next year that we are credit rated, but or have we? No, we haven't really, 'cause it's a basis point. We've actually assumed the interest rates to continue as they are, because it takes so long for that to actually kick up, because it's on new debt and rolled over. Yeah, we've kind of taken a slightly prudent approach on that. Right, so this is the NZTA stuff. So what does it show us? It shows that in the current year, which is 24-25, quite confusing when you're working last year, this year, next year. For OPEX, the NZTA contract is underfunded, which means by 382,000. So our budget is $382,000 short. It's a massive budget, so that is actually quite a small number, and I know that seems like a lot. Our share of that's 187. What that means is I can't, as much as sometimes I'd like to, I cannot just go, hey, ratepayers, I've underrated by 87,000. We need you to pay more for roading. You can't do that during the year. So what we rate is what we've got for the year. So if we were to want to spend that money going forward, we either pop it in next year, or we pop it in the year after, or you make some sacrifices out of this year to fund it. And there's not lots that you can sacrifice. My initial look was, Hamish, just suck it out of your unsubsidised roading budget. Well, that budget's only around 200K, so and it's already mostly spent.
That's
so
mostly capital.
Yeah, so I was kind of like, just take it out of there, Hamish, and then looked at it and went, oh, okay. So that's why it's on the initiatives, as to what do you want to do with that.
But did you also look at what happens if well, there's two things you can do. You can look at it project by project and go yes or no, or you can defer them. Is there anything in that shortfall budget that could be deferred out?
So what we're proposing in the initiatives is that we defer it and roll it into next year, the shortfall, because it is a 3-year funding program. So NZTA would be okay with that. What I did look at renewals and say, hey, can we not do some of the renewals? The work's already underway. So they've already done the majority of the work.
It's the same budget.
It's the same budget,
Yeah,
so we
you're
can't.
not taking it
we
at one
can't use
project to
that.
another. It's the same group.
And then you've got renewals. That could be done this year out of the depreciation reserve. It's pretty small. And then you've got new. We're slightly over budgeted. We wouldn't be doing the work, but slightly less loan drawdown.
Councillor Underwood.
It was my understanding from reading the other stuff around this that we're only doing this to obtain the subsidy from NZTA. If we didn't do it, we're not losing anything. We're just losing a bit of subsidy money.
Yeah, so one of the options in the initiatives, which we'll come to, is not to add to the budget of 187, that means you don't get the NZTA subsidy. So in essence, that would mean that you lose a budget of 380,000. You'd be doing $380,000 less than agreed with NZTA to do. And that is entirely something you could consider. So we wouldn't rate for 187. They wouldn't give us their proportion because we wouldn't be doing the work. And in essence, you'd lose nearly 400Ks worth of work.
Subsidy, yeah. It's just sorry if I could just add to that this is the problem, if you like, with subsidised roading, is that for every dollar you save, you're effectively reducing your network investment by $2 because half of it's ours, half of it's theirs.
Yeah.
So it's that 400K of NZTA money would actually be a $700,000-800,000 investment in the network, of which we pay half over that period. So what we're proposing, which we'll come to, is that we're still going to do it. We're just not going to do it this year. We'll do it next year. That's the proposal, and council's got the option to either go with that or accept that we won't make that part of the investment into the network.
And can I just confirm that the renewals part doesn't affect rates? It's the OPEX part, the 187, that affects the rates, is that right?
Doesn't have a direct impact like initially, but ongoing you'll have some depreciation. But being a roading asset, it's a long depreciation, so it's actually a very small amount. Can't actually remember how many years they are, but it's very, very small.
But
Whereas
it's being
OPEX
funded
is,
from depreciation.
yeah, whereas OPEX is direct rates hit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've heard quite a bit in the last couple of weeks about this delicate state that a lot of the developers are in around developing houses and selling them. And in fact, Classic, there's an article out there that said that they've reduced their staff by 90 people. Have we looked at, or do we plan to look at saying, well, can we move some of those development stages on Manawatū out and take that interest cost on the capital that we would have had to have done? Can we move some of that development out a little bit to give us some savings in terms of interest cost?
Through you, Your Worship, in response to that, short answer is always yes. Council can make decisions to do that. I would probably caution council that we went through a lot of these decisions and the consideration of the CapEx program for the development work prior to last Christmas as we developed the long-term plan. And we've already gone through quite a process of deferring work, stretching out that works program. And we've kind of got it just right in terms of trying to follow the investment that's happening, particularly in Manawatū Precinct 4, to align with the developers. So if we were to make decisions to push that investment out further, we run that risk of becoming sort of misaligned with that work, and it's already been stretched. So
yeah, I appreciate that and I understand that. But of course, if the developers who are really under no financial commitment, i.e. they haven't signed a contract, I understand. So therefore, if they don't actually take up or do the development to the timeline that they actually forecasted, then we're going to have, in effect, on our development contributions, not the discussion for now, but those costs. And I would just like to say, can we get an update on that as to whether or not that forecast development window is likely to happen?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, so coming back to the annual plan.
Well, that's what it's part of the plan, was it's part of next year.
Yeah, kind of, like, not really, not with this slide, but anyway, this is cool. This is NZTA, so you'll be talking about this through the initiatives. This is just a high level. Steph, can we go? Now, I've just looked at this and I'm like, I had taken these out of the slides because I'm not entirely sure they're that relevant, but this is just going through very quickly the sample ratepayers as they stand. There's water to go under the bridge, but the key thing that you will be noticing when you flick through there is although our rates increase was 6.04 excluding growth, you'll look across those rules and you'll see some much larger jumps. Now remember, you've got the impact of the roading differential here. So before we do nothing, or before we do anything, you've already got very different changes across our ratepayers. So this was just to highlight that to you or to refresh you of that. Steph, can you go to the next slide?
Can you just go back to that one?
Yep.
Why is the farming with as one remission increased so high?
It's not that the farming as one remission has increased, it's the rate itself has increased. So the sample ratepayers that has one on there that says they have a farming as one remission. The remission is there, but their actual rates have also increased. Does that make sense? Did I not explain that well? It's the roading component.
Which is not affected.
Okay. Sorry, it's not. But what you do see, Steph, you flick the next one, is you see some quite small jumps in the Fielding residential and in the CBD, because of course that is where we moved the differential from.
Yeah.
So you see those coming down. Those have predominantly gone up previously. So this was just to remind you that before you do anything, or even if you do nothing, you already get different swings across our ratepayer base because of previous decisions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. I don't want to break the flow of this, but I want to go back to your inflation assumptions and just just want to in the table the salary and wages are listed twice, one with a Burl assumption and one with a internal, both at 5%. Can you just explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so this is historic. Where is it? Where is it? There's a Burl one up there. Oh, we had, that's interesting, it's come up at exactly the same. Okay, so what we have is previously the Burl indices was particularly low, and it wasn't what we were seeing in the sector. And so we made an assumption through the LTP to use a 5% one. And from what it looks like, the Burl indices has come back and actually come with our 5%, but I'll double check that.
So the internal one was kind of looking at the sector perhaps and making an internal judgment about what that looks like.
Yep.
And then Burl's reinforced it.
Yeah.
That's exactly
right. I will double check that just in case my team have brought it across, I've transposed it. But it's we looked it across and we actually to retain staff, and what we're seeing 5% was the number through the LTP. Yeah. So ratepayers. Oh, the last slide. We can, unless you've seen these already. So the last slide is just to talk about debt, and there's a couple of things I wanted just to highlight. That is that this is the debt cap position. Now, a couple of key assumptions. It assumes that all our stuff we're doing and planning to do is done, because of course, if you're planning to build stuff and borrow, we need to actually put that aside as it's tagged, right? So it does assume that everything budgeted to date is done. If it's not done budgeted to date, it's going to, to date, it's going to be done at some point. So we still have to hold that tagged aside. It also has a big assumption that we have repaid, that we've looked to sell some of our assets. This is not an up-to-date slide. And we've got the Fielding depot and a couple of other small things in there. And that the assumption was back in 2018. It's rolled forward multiple LTPs, and the idea of that is to sell those assets that we had. There was South Street properties and stuff. It repaid debt. So if we don't sell those and we don't repay debt, we don't have that $3.4 million available at this stage, untagged. So that is one of my things that it doesn't keep me awake at night, but it does make me go, ouch, every time Hamish needs money and comes to needing to borrow something, because we're tight. It is tight. But it is a self-imposed tight. You have that $5 million self-imposed gap in there as well. So it does assume we have our asset sales as predicted through our LTP. There's some miscellaneous bits through the LTP, such as land sales, South Street depot, and it does assume we use that money to pay down existing debt.
So, and it's really hard to comment because we probably need an update on those sales.
Yeah,
where they're at. And
yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that we keep rolling forward and saying it'll happen, it'll happen, it'll happen. If it doesn't happen, and we have other things that pop up, we'll, just something to consider. It's a rolling work in progress.
Councillor Underwood.
I just want to clarify whether I heard what you said just then correctly. So the year 2 of the LTP and the year 1 of the annual plan, there's a difference in the new loans raised. And did you say that difference is with all of those initiatives that have been put forward?
No, it isn't with initiatives. It'll be with the Burl indices. So we haven't added anything new, or if we have, it's very like 5 or 10K. It's with the impact of your inflation indices going across your CapEx program as well. So some of the Burl indices have gone up by 1%. That means your capital costs have gone up by 1%, as well as your operational costs. So some of that will be linked to that, if that makes sense.
How do the Burl indices affect our capital costs?
Because the Burl indices affect our costs as such, and the cost to build a road has an inflation factor in there. So bill is the inflation factor. So when we budget to build something, we
So
have
it's
inflation.
an inflation allowance.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Does it assumption? It's an assumption. That's right. And also if, and I'm not sure if that is the case, but if probably predominantly, well, it'll be Lynn and Hamish's team. If they have some contracts that have been spread across multiple years and we know the exact price, they will have updated those prices in the budget versus before they would have been an estimate. So there will be some changes through there where they've updated stuff with what they actually know it to be now. That's my update. Sorry, seemed to take a little bit longer, but it's just to give you a where are we at? We're at where we thought we were going to be at, which is kind of a good story. Lots of ups and downs, lots of assumptions in here, but at this point, that's where we're at.
Thank you. Given where we've got to in this discussion, so that's the introduction, and the next step was to go through each of these initiatives individually for a discussion and then a direction to the team. That's going to take a while. So we're recommending that we break now for lunch, and please, do you want to have half an hour or and be back here and get stuck into that at 12:30? Thank you. So we will adjourn our meeting.
Yeah. We'll have to do a bit of, spoken to Lisa, we'll have to do a bit of an internal look at week 2 with that.
Welcome back to our meeting, reconvene our meeting. Right, we've done the introduction for the initiative requests, and I'll hand you back to Amanda and David.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as Amanda said before, I'm on to the words, and Amanda's going to sit here and look pretty, apparently. So we're on to annual plan initiatives, and what we're seeking today is a strong direction on which initiatives council supports. And Amanda gave you the base kind of financial scenario we're starting from. We're going to take away the direction today and start building out the annual plan budget. So we'll add in the initiative costs once we know which ones council firmly supports. Next council meeting on the 5th, we'll talk about discretionary budgets and what council's views are on those. And then on the 19th of December, we'll come back and we'll seek approval to consult or not on the annual plan. And that will be a mix of how significant are the initiatives that we're putting up. If you decide that looking at the budget numbers, we need to pull anything out, how significant is that? One of the missing pieces is development contributions, because that will also have an impact on annual plan. But if council agrees to extend the consultation timeframe, that financial picture won't come totally sorted until about March next year. So just that's where we're at the moment. Really important to note, you're not making decisions on these initiatives today. You're just giving us really strong direction of which ones you support and which ones you don't. So there are a couple of major bits to this paper. The first is attachment 1, which has all the short cases for the initiatives we will work through. I have to apologise, one of those, the Field and Clock Tower, somehow one of the old short cases slipped into the pack you got. But I think, Steph, we sent out the corrected version, I think it was on Tuesday, we sent that out, so I apologise for that. The second attachment, which is relevant, is we ask councillors to do a bit of an anonymous ranking exercise for each initiative, similar to what we did with the long-term plan. So we received 11 responses to that out of 12 elected members. So the results of that are in attachment 2, which is on page 237 of your report. So yes, that's pretty much the introduction to this paper. I'm wondering, are we taking this initiative by initiative?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes, please.
So the first initiatives really are starting with community. So Lynn, you might want to come up and yeah. So the first one is the Civic Centre Trust grant funding, where there are two parts to this. The first is a requirement of 15,525 OPEX per year to pay for identified outgoings in the Civic Centre lease agreement. It's proposed to reallocate existing budgets, and there's no real further impact on rates from that one.
Yep.
And the second part of this request is for an additional $100,000 OPEX per year to fund a new position, and that would be rates funded.
Thank you. And I'll start the conversation up with that. I'd like to request that we get more information from the trust as to what is the business case behind this, what's the thinking, what's it for. I know Lynn gave us a bit of information, but I would like to see the financial modelling from the trust around justifying 100K. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, look, I agree. I agree with your comments. I think obviously the first one's a no-brainer because it's a Peter Rob's pool, so we don't even need to worry about that. The second one obviously is just a bit of a stab in the dark, and I think we need to leave something in there to give the trust the time actually to put forward a business case for for what's evolving and happening through the development and the use of technology and all sorts of other things in the centre. So it's we just don't want to rule it out at this stage, I think.
Councillor Quarry.
Yeah, I was very disappointed to read that the allocation was to be spent on one source, and then 5 minutes later it was to be spent on another source. Now, that's just a nonsense, really. It's for a project or it's not to change your mind left, right and centre.
Well, I guess the the summary is we don't have a clear indication. There was no supporting information came with the request. Okay, councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Worship. Insufficient information to make a decision.
Correct. We don't need to do anything with number one because there's no change to rates.
Still need to say if you want to support the first part.
Oh, okay,
Which
well.
is the 15K one.
That's it.
Okay, so the first part is just a budget shift from one department to another, and I'd support that. Is there anyone who disagrees? Right.
Okay. So the next initiative is, sorry.
Could we put,
Need more information.
would that be better to abstain from the one and hold it on and come back?
Yeah,
We will need to.
yeah, I think if I could, Your Worship, this is just giving us a steer in terms of that hard yes or hard no. As it was introduced at the beginning of this item prior to lunch, this isn't a final decision. This isn't something that can't be reversed. This is just that direction of travel to inform the team. So as we build the final budget for the annual plan, these are the things to keep in for future consideration or to definitely rule out. So but at this point in time, to leave it in or out isn't making a decision. But if you're thinking that there's likely to be something which is going to be funded subject to receiving that business case, it's probably worthy of keeping it in at this stage and then come back to that final decision. Yep. And we need to do that for each of these items along the motion. So.
Thank you. So, okay, given what we need to decide if we're likely to support it, I'll kick it off and suggest we keep 50K in there. The reality is we're basing it on nothing.
Yep.
Could I suggest that you suggest that it be in seats to receive indicates following direction outlined that the Fielding Civic Centre increase to grant funding be investigated further. And that's the action.
It is, but no, Hamish is asking us to go a step further to actually indicate if we got the information, are we likely to support it? And if so, it needs, he's seeking that we give that indication so that it gets put in the budget. And then when we get the information and we go, yes, no, we can still leave or take it out.
It's a placeholder on the budget.
Yeah, it's a placeholder. That's correct. That's the word. Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would have suggested that we just say, we just say, yes, it stays, or no, it's gone. And as you said, it stays. We're not making a decision. And then we gather that information and make those decisions later. Yeah.
It can be as simple as that, but I know from experience in council, once it's in there, it's really hard to pull it out.
The next process, you will still vote on them individually as part of adopting the annual plan.
Yes.
So we'll be able to go no at that stage.
This is a yes to continue proceeding.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, look, I concur with Councillor McFadden, but I'm thinking that actually the way that motion is worded, we may want to alter that slightly to reflect, to reflect exactly the direction of travel that we're sort of wanting, because I don't think that cuts the mustard at the moment.
Could we put yes, subject to business case being received?
Yes. Yep.
And I think if we actually clarify that, I think it'll make the rest easier.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I think Councillor McFadden's right. We're saying, yep, so subject to whatever, but we're not taking it out, but we're not necessarily putting it in.
Correct.
So the simplest way of approaching this is actually if there's anything significantly in there that we don't want to do, we take it out.
That's correct.
So can we put yes subject to a suitable business case? And then you then deem if it's suitable or not, and then
My problem with that is if they give us a suitable business case, that infers that the answer is yes.
Suitable as determined by council.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's subject to supporting paperwork and an approval process. Right? Something like that, because
all of these still have a long process to go through. I'm also wondering if the wording for the first one is right, because it's not having an impact. What we're trying to figure out today is yes or no to the things that will impact the rates, whereas the first one, we support it, but it doesn't impact the rates. So maybe it needs to be clear and have something. It's a yes, but no impact to rates. So
it's about increasing.
Doesn't say that there though.
Funded from a transfer from existing.
Yeah.
bases, Meaning it's not costing you more.
Your worship, my concern is that this is a public forum, this is a public document.
Correct.
If we don't get this dead right, we're going to be looked to shoot ourselves in the foot because we've said in this that it's in or it's out. So, you know, I'm not comfortable with this process in this format, but it's there. But I think we've got to get this really carefully right, otherwise it's going to just bite us.
I'd like, yeah, and based on that, I'd like to say yes, given there is no rate impact on rates.
First one, fine. Yeah.
Your worship, could
No.
we potentially say for the second one, the 100,000, that it changed to says funding of up to 100,000 per year, subject to a
Subject
business
to
case?
it. Yes, correct. I'd support that. Thank you. Right. Let's move.
Okay. So the second initiative is for security camera maintenance. So this is $25,000 OPEX per year to fund maintenance of the cameras, which will be owned by FDP. So it's really so they can own and operate those cameras and we will help maintain them. Kind of got in the ranking exercise, moderate level of support from councillors.
Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, perhaps, look, we did have a bit of a discussion around this and clearly there's a lot of misinformation circulating in the public arena at the moment around the funding of the cameras and I know for some strange reason, an awful lot of people seem to think that council have funded them, which of course is totally incorrect. So picking up on what Councillor McFadden said, we've got to be very careful that we don't emanate the potential for more misinformation from this process. However, perhaps we just need to go up to as well because, you know, I think the point I raised earlier is how much to maintain, say, you know, 6 cameras and then 12 cameras and then 18 cameras and then 24 cameras. So I think if we just say go up to and leave it in, I think, you know, there's potentially a little bit more work to be done on that as well. But I don't have an issue with up to on that.
Yeah, correct. And given that, you know, currently there are none operating and they will be incrementally increased. Hamish.
Just a brief comment. I think what you've put in the earlier one there, and I think an agreed commentary outside of just yes, no, subject to, and I think if there's anything else along any of these that collectively we agree is a statement in here, and as you say, Councillor McFadden, for the public record.
Yes.
I think that's quite appropriate. So if there is a discussion which then results in a question, and I think also to Steph, the up to in red, I think that's a good addition to what was on the original motion. So
Thank you. Councillor McFadden.
Worship, could I suggest we change the word from maintenance to operational? Because, you know, hosting charges is not maintenance, it's operational. And operational can still take maintenance as a cost under that umbrella.
Could I suggest another further? I really.
Amanda.
Thank you. I really just like the word to pay for. I'm thinking, taking on Councillor Hadfield's thoughts, maybe, just careful about that, of up to, it's to contribute towards.
Yep.
So that you're not saying that we're always going to be paying the total cost of the maintenance, so it's a grant to contribute towards the camera operational costs.
And I support that because once all the cameras are up, I would imagine 25K is not going to cover all the work that's needed.
So you're not committing to cover it all. And so instead of camera maintenance operating costs, camera operating costs. Would that cover everyone's kind of?
And could we please take fielding security camera maintenance out in case
they might not be in fielding?
They might not be.
So just security camera?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just operational costs.
Operational payout. Operational.
Operational.
Yeah. Operational. Yeah, so operational. Yeah.
Thank you. So that's a yes.
Okay, the third initiative is the Fielding Clock Tower upgrade. So this is seeking $175,000 of CapEx, which is partly to fix the clock and partly to fund a lighting upgrade. It kind of came in the middle of the pack with the rankings, but interestingly, 8 councillors said that it was gave it a high ranking. The 3 who kind of put it down the lower end, it wasn't that they didn't support the initiative, it was just that a couple thought it should come from the town centre refresh funding, and another councillor said it should try and come from third-party funding. So I think there's kind of a clear majority who thinks something has to be done. It's just where does that funding come from?
And also remembering that the amount of money there includes the lighting. So that, which to me needs to be two separate, they need to be two separate things, because the lighting, we've made an application to CET. So, and that fits the criteria for them. So I'd be quite confident we get something there. And then when you go to the clock tower, I agree. Town centre refresh budget is about upgrading and revitalising what we've got in the town centre. So I'd like to see some of it come from there, not a new impact on rates. And also there are already requests from our community to make donations to get the clock going. They don't care how we get it going, they just want it to go. So I would support having a comms around going out to the community, seeking donations, telling the story. We've got some really good information here now from Pilbara about, it's quite rare in the world, this type of clock. We need to tell that story, and there are people out there willing to make donations. Councillor McFadyen.
Your Worship, I agree with that. I'd like to see us split this into 2 lines, into 2 items. But the first item is the clock tower maintenance, and I'd support that totally because it's a terrible look when it's not working. And the second thing is the lighting. And I think from a community perspective, putting 175,000 to fix the clock, which is what some people will think. Okay, so
it is semantics, because the lighting was part of the clock tower project.
Sure.
And the lighting is part of enhancing the clock tower. But the fact that we're able to source funding for lighting from a different mechanism to the clock tower, plus there are heritage sympathetic third-party funding applications that we can make.
So Steph's just copying and pasting. So you'll have 2 resolutions. One will be for the clock tower upgrade, repair mechanism, clock tower clock mechanism, and the other one will be clock tower lighting.
Which is in the report.
So the dollars need to change as well then.
Sure. It's not now 350.
Cool. Yeah.
No, clock mechanism, that's fine.
Do we have to?
So
85.
What are we saying the 175 will come down to?
85 for the clock.
85,000, yep.
But I would also like to see us add on the end something around that we agree to go to the community seeking donations.
So is it 85 for each?
It's
Up
85
to,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
other one, that's what he was for the next. 95.
So one is 85, one's 95.
Wait a minute. We're just talking about the clock
The
mechanism.
clock is 95, Steve.
95.
Oh, I beg your pardon, we told you wrong.
So we're saying up to 95,000 for the clock tower, clock mechanism repair. And we're saying yes, noting an opportunity for community.
Alternative funding to be, the sources to be explored.
Well, it's not noting, we want to be proactive and go and source
No,
it.
so,
Yeah.
explored,
Okay.
alternative funding to be explored.
Yep.
Sources to be explored.
Alternative funding sources to be explored.
So the bottom one leaves you 85.
Okay, so let's deal with the clock tower. So are we happy with the wording that we've got there now?
The bottom one will say 85.
And the up to needs to be in red for the clock tower. So we've done with that one.
So, and for the 95, that was suggesting that it was option 1, and that's replacing the actual clock mechanism or repairing the clock mechanism.
Yes.
The second option was replacing some of that with an electronic version.
So I'm suggesting that after the 95,000, we put in brackets option 1.
Right.
Are we all happy with that? Hang on. Yep,
So-
silence says yes, yep.
Just taking the 180, whatever it was, if we up by another $5,000,
Yeah, we're good at that.
Yes,
it should be 80 grand,
Which one?
Yeah, it should be 80.
Yeah.
80.
85.
$5,000.
But this one is also subject to alternative funding sources being found.
Same thing.
Where's the actual?
I don't know.
It's in the doc.
So where's the actual documentation for that? Hold up, check the numbers.
Yep.
Comes after it. So double.
So we've got-
documentation.
Hang on, I've
So-
got it now.
So we've got those 2 options documented there.
We just need to get the dollar figures
I'll just
correct.
check what was in the report.
Okay.
Because the Pilbara one estimated 82,170, but then there was the extra recommended of $9,900. And question I had there is, does his estimate include that? From
Yes.
the information that you've included, it doesn't read like that because it says optional extra recommended.
Yes, we confirmed that. Sorry, I should have adjusted the report. We've confirmed that.
So the 82,170 includes the optional extra.
Yes.
So therefore, we've got the wrong dollar figure. there.
No, we haven't. We've also asked for a 10% contingency to be included in there, just so that because we have to take the face of the clock off
Mhm.
to do this work, and so we might need some contingency there for glazing, etc. So that's the actual cost that we've got in the report is $90,000, 170. Steph, instead of 90,000.
95, that one.
90,000.
170
Make it 91.
plus GST.
Just leave it at 95. 70 plus.
Yeah. Well, it already.
These will all be plus GST, won't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they've got GST in these.
Sorry, Steph.
Yeah.
You don't need the plus GST.
No, take GST.
Okay, we don't need that at all, right?
No.
Okay, we're not putting the GST.
And then the second one is $85,000. Thank you.
All right. So now we're comfortable with that?
Thank you. Right, next one is
Okay, the fourth one is the Awahuri Forest Kitchener Park Trust Plant Management. So that's seeking an extra $40,000 in grant funding, $20,000 to be spent next year, $20,000 the year after that. That's to allow additional maintenance for the recently acquired and planted wetland areas. So it sounds like to protect that plant management, they require extra funding for that. It kind of came in the middle of the pack for ranking with quite a mix of councillors supporting it or not supporting it.
And I think, you know, for me, it's a no-brainer. You have to maintain, you've spent all the taxpayers' money planting plants. They need to be looked after. But my question is, as it is with a few of these things, why wasn't that cost considered and budgeted for in the initial project?
Agree. That is a very good point there, Helen. And it should have been, and it's an oversight.
Councillor Underwood.
And it works out to be about $400 a week. So I'm wondering, you know, they wouldn't have to be maintained every week. So it seems like quite a bit of money for for that? Is it for weed pulling or what are they?
Yeah, it's for keeping the new plants, and there's hundreds of them, clear of weeds. So they have to do that regularly. Yeah, it is. No.
Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Worship. What it really highlights for me is that it's great that they're running around getting these grants, but in the process, they're delivering us a long-term liability.
Absolutely.
Right, and I think we need to have a policy or a letter of expectation with these trusts that go out and do this, that if there's an ongoing expectation or liability for maintenance, that actually the council signs off on that as well, because it's basically they've got a free ticket to deliver us a long-term liability.
I can respond to that. We totally agree. We, council will have a policy that'll come to you next year that'll be about vesting assets from the community to council, and part of that policy describes that when the community, whether it be a trust, a community committee or somewhere else, is, considering getting funding to create something new, if they want council to then own it and maintain it going forward, they have to talk to us at the beginning.
And the second step in that is council actually have to take it on board, because the clock tower is a classic example. A manual was written with instructions about how to maintain it, and the manual got lost. But there was no budget inclusion for maintenance, ongoing maintenance. So, yeah.
Yep.
I think it flags for everybody that we need to be aware of that, doesn't it?
Totally agree.
Right. So, are we saying yes? For me, we have no, we have to protect the plants that have been planted. Otherwise, you're just going to say goodbye to $100,000 odd. So it's a yes.
Okay, so the next initiative is for the Fielding Cemetery gates. So this is $40,000 worth of CapEx to put in a gate into Fielding Cemetery to basically protect it from, increase its security. This was the second highest ranking initiative in that ranking exercise we did.
Councillor Short.
I actually went and had a look at these gates. What's wrong with the gates that are there now just being moved a bit? I understand they're in the wrong position, but the gates are pretty solid. And if they were recessed how far back they need to go, wouldn't that suffice and be a bit cheaper?
I'd have to bring back information from you, but I know that that was assessed, so I'd have to have the
They were
I'd have to
big,
have the,
heavy steel engineer-made gates.
Yep.
That looked in pretty good nick to me. I mean, maybe the post things might not have been quite so good, but why reinvent the wheel when there's a perfectly good set of gates there that could be reused in a slightly different location?
part of this is the new location.
Yep.
But I actually can't tell you today.
So we
I'm
can
not-
request that information.
I mean, maybe the proposal is to relocate the ones that are there, but it's not really how I read it, but I
don't think so.
so it doesn't say creation of new gates.
No. We can confirm, we can clarify that.
Subject to receiving the appropriate health and safety documentation. So,
Yeah.
so to move forward on that, we, as I say, we've got further opportunities to review this. If there's any questions around the exact scope of it, we can pick that up. But is there anyone fundamentally against the initiative around the gates for the security? I haven't heard that as such.
Yeah, on the proviso that we add more information as required, because I was going to say $14,000 for beautification. I'd want a bit more information about that.
Yep.
Sounds a lot of
Provide that.
money. Can we add something to that, please, for requesting more information?
Caroline might have some.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to move to the next one?
Relocation of gate. Okay, Caroline's just pointed out that in the paper it actually does say it's relocating the actual gates
26K.
and adding a pedestrian access here. But we will still provide some more information, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If we are relocating the gates at 26K, that's
Everything costs.
no, that's for beautification. So we need a lot more information.
Yep.
Keep moving.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Security issues also.
Yes, that's the reason for this.
Let's carry on.
Right, carry on.
Okay, so the next one is for increasing capacity at Rongatia and Waituna West cemeteries. This would require $27,000 worth of capex. I'll ignore the councillor's comment who said that over their dead body, but it got a reasonably high level of support given it's really providing capacity to meet the demand.
Can I ask if it's possible, when I'm reading this, that's still got capacity for the next 2 years. So my question is, why can't we put this out 1 year?
Because we need to, there's a lag time in actually doing the work and getting, if I understand it correctly from Tracy, and getting the concreted area to harden up before you start doing the work.
Ground conditions.
It's only a few
Ground
days.
conditions.
Yeah, but it says that we've still got enough space for the next 2 years.
Yes.
Move it.
And we can move it out a year, but then we are at risk of if you, if you have, let's not even talk about it, but a group of people, an event, we are, we can't accommodate that. And nothing might happen and we might have the capacity there, but there is from what I understand, there is a delay in actually putting the burial beams, etc., in before you can use it.
Well, is it worth putting in there, yes, consider deferring 1 more year? And then that allows you to find out if that's possible?
Yeah, we can defer it for a year, then we just have to be aware that there is that risk.
Okay.
Can we just say yes, review timeline? Or timing?
Mm.
So we can move on? We'll pass a bylaw and make it so they can't die.
Right. Remember, councillors, we are in open session. Next one is to paint the pool. My question here, well, we have to, the state of it is terrible. What I can't tell from this quote is who's going to paint it.
A contractor, not staff. Because that was part of the discussion.
That was part of the problem last time. Okay. Any other comments other than a yes? Thank you. Move on.
Okay, so the next one is on the CEDA Te Tanganui Lit Program Lead. So this is $25,000 of OPEX to basically extend out that program lead's contract. So he does another year, I think, that role.
As a partner in this project that we've made a commitment to, we need to see this project through. This is the biggest economic development project this region's had in a long, long time. Councillor Quarry.
Thank you. Yes, we've been funding this role for quite some time, and a lot of it, funding comes from.
1 year. We've funded it for 1 year. It only started a year ago.
Yeah, but CEDA have been funding this for some time, haven't they?
No.
Okay.
This is to employ the project manager to run the project.
Then CEDA is contributing the largest part of this funding.
No. If you look at the information on there, the instalments, If you look at the graph there of who's contributing, we're everybody, all the stakeholders in this are contributing.
Yeah, CEDA is part of that.
Correct? Yeah.
Okay, and their amount that they're paying? I think it's 200, I haven't got it in front of me. I think it's
30K.
200K.
It's $80,000 this year. Palmerston North City Council, for instance, is $100,000
Yep.
this year, and we're 25,000 this financial year.
Yeah, okay. The point I'd make is that this is another year's funding that's going forward. Now, the program is to obviously help the economic development within the Manawatū. Now, our contribution of 25,000, if you spread it over a year's salary with the other figures combined, it works out to about 3 weeks' salary. That's how I've worked it out. Now, that to me is not going to make the slightest bit of difference whether this project goes ahead or not.
He
And
only works 2 days a week?
Yep.
For CEDA?
well, how much money? It's about 400,000 in total.
This isn't just for a salary. This is all the disbursements and for the Te Utanganui project as well.
It's to extend it for a year or pay for it for a year. Now, the 25K, I believe, equates to about 3 weeks extra of work. Now, 3 weeks extra work is not going to make the slightest bit of difference as to whether this project goes ahead or not. Okay, the program that would be developed and presented to outsiders to request funding would already be set up. The presentations that are required with it will be set up. So it seems little point to me that we pay another 25,000 to extend it for another 3 or 4 weeks. And so therefore I'd vote against it.
Just if I can add some more information, the purpose of having the project manager, Robbie Woods, is to engage with the central government and government agencies to get us in the door, which he has done a brilliant job at doing, getting it into the central government infrastructure strategy, which he has achieved, which we haven't been able to achieve. And his role is to continue that work with government agencies to get the financial tick to contribute to this project.
Well, I still stand by the comment that all we're doing is extending his salary or that program for another 3 or 4 weeks. And therefore, if it's not going to go ahead, or if it goes ahead, those 3 or 4 weeks is not going to make the slightest bit of difference to it. So I wouldn't support the payment.
What about the signal? If we said no, what signal does that send to the other stakeholders involved in this project?
Well, it's realistic as to whether it goes ahead or not. You know, we could keep pouring. Are we going to come back next year and are they going to ask another 25,000? Exactly. And the year after, and the year after, and probably for the next 20 years.
Could well be.
Yeah. And so it's better to say, no, we've got the thing. If people want to go ahead and finance it, by all means. If they don't want to, I can't see the point in paying for it this year. And it could be another 20 years of a similar development.
So Manawatū District is not interested in any economic benefit that we may get out of the freight and logistics
We're
hub
already
being
paying
based here.
80,000. CEDA's paying 80,000, a third of which is what MDC contributes to CEDA. Now, we're already doing that. It's not as if that CEDA figure comes out of a fresh air. We're already contributing a third of CEDA's funding.
Other views? Councillor Bell.
I guess I just have a question. What is the risk? You'll probably best answer it. Her Worship, what is the risk if we weren't to put in the 25,000? Does that sort of limit the conversations we would have as economic partners compared to the other council?
It has huge reputational risk about how willing this council and this district is to be part of a project that will have huge economic benefit to us.
Right.
It shows that we are committed, both in talking and supporting, as well as financially. Thank you. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, I'd sort of taken a little bit of a different tack on this. I mean, at the end of the day, if we look at the investment the council's made, it's about 10% of the total, close to the 476 plus a little bit that comes out of the CEDA contribution. And I think in terms of where we go in terms of our risk or our reputational risk, it's probably no different to the situation we found ourselves in, a disagreement with the city over the reappointment of directors and a little bit of a spat that happened there. So I think we've got to be a little bit careful about how we approach this. But my view was actually that recently CEDA reduced their directorship by one, which gave them another 25K in their coffers. And so my view is that, well, perhaps we could, they could throw half of that in and we could throw half of that in, to be 12.5. So that was just my thinking. Might be a bit puerile, to be honest, but it was just a thought that crossed my mind. But it is 25 grand, and we do need to consider when you look at the the participants in this, especially Kiwi Rail. I think we need to be careful about the message that we're actually sending here. That's all. But I'd happily see CEDA put a little bit more in, saying we've just given them another 25K.
Lynn.
It's we have a contract with CEDA with a fixed price for the next 3 years. So irrespective of what they do with directors, that doesn't impact either our or Palmy's contribution to them.
Correct. Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I think there's a couple of points here. One is we need to sit at the top table during this process, not to be excluded. I take picking up also Councillor Bell's view on that is that it is also about reputation and making sure that we're part of the family. I agree with Councillor Hatfield in terms of we've already had a bit of a stout. They're not asking for it for 20 years, they're asking it for one. So I support doing it for one, but I wouldn't support committing to anything outside of that.
You'll get an opportunity to review where they're at in another year's time. Councillor Underwood, did you want to speak?
It was just similar to what you just said. The information says that the complexity of the program of work requires the program director to be engaged for a further year. So there's no indication there that it's intending to go on and on and on, and maybe we should indicate that we're not interested in funding beyond this 1 year.
I would be really hesitant to put that in now because we have no idea where this program is going to be sitting in a year's time. And we will get that opportunity if they request it in a year's time. And so we would agree to, this is asking for 1 year. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Look, I think 25 grand, we need to move on. It's actually, there's already been a lot of money spent, and it's actually just like spending, hundreds of thousands on planting plants and then deciding we need to spend 20 grand actually to keep them alive. And so sometimes you've got to protect the investment you've already made, and that seems to me this is where we're at with this. So I think we've got no option but to move on.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Right. So the next one is around the traffic management for community events.
That's right. So Lynn, you can stand down, and now Hamish has got the spotlight on him. So this next one is for OPEX funding of $45,000 per year for traffic management for community events. This was the lowest ranked initiative, mainly because this has been covered by operational budgets in the past. So councillors, a lot of councillors made the point of, can we continue to just fund it that way? But as I understand, Hamish, and you'll have more detail, pretty much with the tightening of budgets, this is becoming hard to fund.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And that's exactly right. The sort of the ability to lose things in the road and contract being a large budget is getting harder and harder. These sorts of discretionary spends, there's simply no subsidised maintenance money for this sort of work. The figures that have been put there, sort of 45,000, that's reflective of what's been spent, and just at a high level across the region. Rural Day was about 5 grand across the Anzac Day events was about 11 or 12. The 150th celebrations was about 15. Christmas parades, 6 or 7. Cactus events, 3.5. And there's lots of sort of rats and mice that go around that. So
District as well.
in the district, sorry, so it's the ability to continue to say yes to that stuff. There are changes coming in the traffic management space, and I know Councillor Hadfield's across that one. They haven't arrived yet. The way NZTA are sort of looking at it, it's moving it away from a prescribed approach to a risk-based approach. Everything we've seen to date, and obviously we haven't seen the final product because it's still being developed, but it doesn't feel like a magic bullet that's going to halve the cost. There's still a very small pool of experts who are having to sort of put these risk-based approaches together. And then there still needs to be the signs, the traffic, the trucks, the whatever to bring it all together. So in time, I think the government's intention is that will bring that cost down. It's certainly not going to happen in the next financial year. And so this has largely come through from the councillors' willingness or sort of wish to support these community events and be able to say, yes, we'll cover the traffic management. And to date, we've found a way to do that, but it's just got to a point now where there simply isn't that discretionary budget to do that. So that's why it's on this list for consideration.
Councillor Underwood.
It says here that council advises promoters to include the traffic management costs in their funding requests. So I assume they're asking for funding from our funds, and if so, can't we make that a requirement that they cover the costs of?
They do, but they apply to our event fund.
Yes, that's what I mean.
To recover, which we don't have enough funds in there to cover it.
So council doesn't have to approve this. It just means that when these groups come to council and say, can you please cover the traffic management cost? The answer is going to be no, because there's no money.
And I would also, as reluctant as I am to support doing something, the other thing is, particularly if we're talking about the town centre, if we want vibrancy, if we want events, which we've said we do because we've committed to funding for town centre refresh, this is part of it. You don't get vibrancy and events without managing your traffic flows. I would also like to ask, and I raised it before, but I'm not sure where it sits. I would also like the roading team to have a look at, can we redesignate the roads around the clock tower to something other than roads so that they are not captured by traffic management and road closures. They become a recreational area, a park.
Just a comment on that, if I could, Your Worship. It's not just about the road that's been closed. It's also the signage and the direction and the sort of the other temporary traffic that goes in around that.
Yep.
So consideration of that point there, it wouldn't fix the problem even if we did it, because you've still got all of the other roads that are affected in some way, shape or form. So.
And I'll give you a really good example. The farmers market want to expand and use the grass quadrant every Friday. But to do that, they need a road closure every Friday just to get people across the road between the two quadrants. Now, to spend several $1,000s every Friday doesn't make it viable. So that we have to find another way. If we want vibrancy and more events and more activities, we have to find a smarter way to do this. And in the meantime, we probably haven't got that smarter way, but I want to make sure that we are still looking for that smarter way as well as looking to cover these costs.
Can I suggest, as part of the town centre refresh work, that consideration is factored into that in terms of traffic flows and the like? This would apply obviously to those events as an example that I've listed, which are outside the immediate town square. So.
Per annum. Yep.
Worship.
Councillor McFadden.
Thank you. I mean, from my perspective, I think we need to do it for all the reasons. And I'm also concerned about our personal liability about not keeping people safe.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. Just wondering, would this remain in the roading budget as a line item, or would it shift to the most appropriate kind of place for community activity?
Yeah, good point.
Quite happy for it to sit in Lynn's budget.
I suppose the only reason I'm asking is that a question I had was, 5-10 years time from now, would we forget that that decision was made and the same thing come up, as in it's coming out of a roading budget, shouldn't come out of a roading budget, or is it?
Yep. At the end,
Ring-fenced.
it would go into, I mean, it could go anywhere. You'd have it as a separate line item for unsubsidised traffic, whatever, or it could be in an events related budget within the community space.
It's a really good point, because it is for community events. So it fits, events fit under community. So Councillor Short.
Thank you. And it's not just for events and fielding either.
No,
It's
for the
things
district.
like the secondary schools cycling championships that are held all around the district, and the, AFTI, RSA service, things like that. Having been on the Community Development Funding Assessment Committee, when some of those things like a cycle race put traffic management in place, it costs them at least $5,000. And then they're just coming back to us anyway and applying for funding. If we were to not cover it through these channels and it was to come out of event funding, we only need to sort of fund 2 traffic management plans per year, and then another 5 organisations miss out on running a small community event in a village or something, or at the beach or something,
And to add to Councillor Short, what we also have to factor into this is the events we have already lost due to traffic management costs. Daybreaker Rally was the latest example. We lost that event because of the cost of traffic management in the square, and we lost it to the city. And we want it back, so how are we going to manage it? Okay, so we're saying yes.
Yep.
We can.
Next one, if you recall, sorry, Dave, did you want to?
You go ahead.
Sorry.
You can choose that.
If you recall, we talked about the fact that we are currently leasing the porta cabins that are down at the Resource Recovery Centre. This is to essentially purchase our own. There was comments previously around the council table about the budget's quite high and there potentially are more cost-effective options. I think I would take that on board and maybe change that to up to, with a view to us, if there is a willingness for council to proceed on that basis, that we would look to get the best deal we possibly could, and we can report that back through to council as and when we do it. But this is essentially shifting an ongoing OPEX rate cost out and turning it into a capital item, which then gives us long-term surety, and it will be cheaper over the longer term.
Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, my comment on this one was clearly around using waste levy funding for this. And I note that there's been some indication that that could be the case, and I think so we should obviously support this pending cheaper alternatives or other alternatives or competitive pricing, but also reviewing about the level of waste levy funding that might be, in my view, is actually legitimately apportioned to a project like this.
If I could, my apologies, Councillor, you're quite right. We actually did look at that, and approximately 50% we would look to allocate to the waste levy, and we'll pick that up in the next update of the waste management minimisation plan.
So you don't think it can go higher than 50?
We could certainly look at that. We thought half and half is probably appropriate, given your waste levy is around waste diversion, waste minimisation. These porta-com accommodations are at a resource recovery centre where there is waste recovery, but there's also waste consolidation to landfill. So a 50-50 split felt kind of appropriate.
I'm sort of conscious of the fact that waste levy funded a significant portion of the second weighbridge.
100% of it, I think.
And that's my point.
Yeah.
Yep.
So can we
fair
please
point.
add a comment in there so the community understand and we don't lose sight of the fact to consider a funding application to or just apply to the waste levy.
It's not apply, it was allocation. Yeah. So if we put yes, Steve, we'll just put yes with waste levy funding to be allocated. At least 50%. How's that?
Councillor Quigley.
Thank you. I would question the cost of that. I know a little about containers and porta-cons, and that seems excessive to me.
Yeah, no, you're quite right.
So are we going to look into?
That's why we've changed it to up to.
Oh, gotcha.
Thank you, councillor.
Right.
This one, I think from the survey that strategy manager ran, this one I think was the highest rating. It's essentially a compliance related investment in relation to the abatement notice for Bolton. So this is looking at a band-aid there. So renewal funding, so no direct rates impact as it's coming out of the depreciation reserve. I'd hope it's a rubber stamp unless anyone would like to join me in the Environment Court.
So it's a yes unless anyone speaks up. Councillor Blackmore.
I'm a yes. I'll just state that first. I just have a question. How something like how this works in with, say, the asset management plans that come through the LTP. I'm assuming you apportion an amount to maintain those sites anyway.
Yes. So your through your worship. So your asset management plan will talk about the renewals program and the sort of capex upgrades. Where you have a compliance related issue, it requires probably a sort of out of cycle intervention, which is what this would be. If you recall, the LTP already has money allocated in year 6 or 7 for the reconsenting of both Cheltenham and Bolton. As I've signalled previously, we would look at the next LTP to bring them back into the centralisation plan. So within the asset management planning, we already have funding cycle allocated. This has just become more urgent as a result of the Horizons intervention of their own.
So this is something that's popped up kind of out of sync with that asset management.
Correct. Yeah.
Strategy. Yeah.
And the next one, this is in relation to, council will recall that we have allocated funding for the new reservoir down Turners Road. We've purchased the land at the back of the existing dump station. And so as we brought that project together and finalised the cost of things like building the reservoir and the purchase of the land, we've had insufficient budget in terms of any other components. And then as the projects develop, there's a slight rework in there. So this relates to pumping and piping infrastructure to connect that reservoir into the network as part of that site. So new capex in the water space, and there'll be I think a fairly modest knock-on OPEX cost in terms of interest depreciation that goes with it. Happy to take that as a yes unless there's any questions.
Councillor Underwood.
Is there any reason why this couldn't be delayed for a year?
Yep. I mean, you would essentially be building your reservoir and then having it sitting there mothballed for a year because you couldn't hook it up to the network. So you'd be investing in that and then sitting tight for a year. This is the enabling pumps and pipes to actually hook it up to the network and then actually use it from the day it's commissioned. So that would be the trade-off
the actual, is it sole use for firefighting?
Firefighting, pressure management, and it's part of the water management strategy around that in the industrial area, correct?
So it's not an urgent thing necessarily.
Firefighting capacity is generally fairly urgent in terms of commercial buildings.
But there aren't any buildings down there yet, are there?
Yes, there are.
There are. And our resource recovery centre is one of the ones that benefits from this additional investment.
Through the fire and emergency, or civil emergency management, are there any funds that we could apply to help with this, given that it's primarily going to be for emergency management?
No, it's not primarily emergency management. It's, I mean, in the event of a fire, that's the building owner's responsibility to make sure that there is compliance with the FENS sort of guidelines and requirements. That ties into your insurance as well. So that's your own risk management of your premises, and also providing that to the industrial area. It's not an emergency management.
Okay, so, but then if that's the case and the businesses hook into it, won't the businesses be paying a fee to hook into it? To have access to that water?
They'll be paying a connection fee and a development contribution to hook into the network. Yep. This is essentially that there's some infrastructure there. We're putting in the new reservoir. We've purchased the land. This is about putting the pumps and pipes in place to make sure it's all connected and working. And then businesses will then, as any business or house would do, they would pay their development or capital contribution, pay their connection charge, and then they would start paying their rate or volumetric charge for the water they receive. Okay,
I was just thinking, is there a way that it doesn't have to impact general rates rather than through?
This is part of our network. It's not something special that we're doing for our business as such. It's part of our network. Yeah.
Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Hamish, just in terms of the comment you made around pressure stabilisation.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that where that's going, opposite the shit dumper, the
dump station.
Yeah, dump station. That pressure could be impacted on businesses down Darra Road or in the broader area.
Impacted positively, yes.
Yeah,
in terms of,
I mean, there's. Yeah, impacted positively, yes. But are there issues, or is there the danger of a lack of pressure? You know, because there are some really high water users down that end of town in that industrial area.
We currently have issues of maximum flow capacity down certain parts of the network, so this will address that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Your Worship. There'll be, from the visits, obviously, that you've been to down there, there's, I think, one customer down there that spends $1 million a year on water with the council?
No.
Well, it's a significant amount of money.
There's a significant water users down there.
Yeah, so what the point is here is that some of those high volume users, if there was supply issues, they must be pretty close to being able to put in their own bore and disconnect off our network. So I think this is also a risk mitigation strategy. If something happens to the other network, we've still got to look after those businesses and look after our big volume customers.
Yes, that's correct. And what it also does, not this particular investment, but the reservoir that it links into and enables, picking up Councillor Underwood's point, is that you're able to isolate this part of the network from the rest of fielding, so that if there are supply issues or breaks, you can actually provide continuity of that pressure and capacity through there, which from an industrial point of view is important. Yeah.
Thank you. So we're saying yes. Thank you.
Yep. So this is one we again talked about, the legacy, which is the Ranfurly Road landfill. It's been as with all councils around the country that inherit closed landfills, they have a long tail of compliance obligations, capping, monitoring, leachate, and the like. So this is essentially us trying to wrap up what's been a long legacy, if you like, working with the adjoining landowners, working inside the landfill in terms of the capping, the flow of water. We've got a lot of material that's gone in there. There's some more to go in from some of the other council projects. And this just gives us the money to finish off, basically finish off the obligations that council has, which we've talked about previously.
And this will be the finish.
I'm not expecting to come back to council for any further money on Ranfurly Road landfill. Yep.
In order to speed things up, I'm saying yes because we just have to do this. We're obligated to the neighbours as part of the agreement. We have to do it.
Yeah, as a council not far from here that's recently spent 7 figures on an old landfill that no one knew about and ended up spilling out and into the river. those are the sorts, that's not a risk for this particular site, but those are the sorts of legacy issues that councils have to face all over the country. So we're no different here.
Thank you.
Not my blood.
Right, the next one's about obtaining a credit rating, and we've had a workshop around that. There is a cost per annum, 57K, to do that. And the recommendation from Audit and Risk was that we do that. Is there anyone objecting to yes? Yeah. Thank you. Right, this is your department.
Yep. And there's these last two here, as Amanda introduced at the I think it was Amanda at the beginning of this. So just for context, NZTA go through their process of setting their budgets. We have our process of setting our budgets in terms of the long-term plan. They never align. We've had this conversation with NZTA for quite some time. So essentially, by the time we've adopted our final LTP at the end of June, we don't get the final NZTA budgets confirmed until September. So there's a gap in there. In years gone by, we've had I suppose you'd call it the luxury that they've approved less money than we'd hoped. And as a result, we've had a level of local share which we've funded, which didn't have the appropriate subsidy. So it gave us the opportunity to either spend that as unsubsidised money or simply remove it from the following year's rates and not take it. This time round, having read the tea leaves, the team have worked quite closely with NZTA to understand the level of the budget cuts that were coming. And so we'd adjusted our expectations and our budget bid in line with the guidance that NZTA had given us. And so we were, as Amanda said at the start, the numbers are reasonable numbers, but in the context of the roading budget, they're in the sort of rounding error category. But it does mean that we've got a small gap in terms of slightly more money in the NZTA funded portion, which we don't have a corresponding local share to match. So our suggestion is that instead of doing anything in the current financial year and trying to find money that we don't have, is that we defer this year's money into next and then provide the local share increase in the next financial year's budget. So that way we're maximising the local share. As I said earlier, the subsidised roading, every dollar you save is $2 investment you're not getting in the network. And it means that we can spend that full 3-year allocation over the 3 years, but we'll pick up some of this year's budget into next year. There's no significant operational implications there. Council does have the choice if they would prefer to just not draw that subsidy down, not spend that money and not provide the local share. That's certainly an option to us as well. But that's what's in front, and the recommendation is we push it to next year and take the investment. So,
Councillor Quarry.
Yeah, when you don't take it up. Yeah, we miss out on $382,000 worth of OPEX investment in the network, which would be spread across a range of different work categories. So I was waiting for that question. I couldn't tell you we won't do this job or that job. It's just the budget is always tight and we manage within that. There's a range of different work categories within each of the funding categories. And it just means we've got that much less to spend. So it might be a bit of metal on the road. It might be a bit of grading that doesn't get done. It might be the cut on the high vegetation gets deferred a year or out of cycle. So it's those sorts of operational decisions on the network as opposed to a specific job that does or doesn't get done. So,
Councillor Blackmore.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Underwood.
For Amanda, have you been keeping a cumulative total of the rates funded things for these initiatives? Have we reached 480,000?
Actually, Joel in the back corner has been keeping a running total, and we've reached 1.15% increase. So it's just over 1%.
And that's with the roading included or not?
We just assumed like everything in it would be 1.15.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just in terms of this, Hamish, I'm assuming that this will maintain our levels of service. and it will maintain our, whatever you call that score rating we have that.
The Smooth Travel
NZ
Exposure Index.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah.
Yep.
That we will be maintaining that high level, which is higher than NZTA's set level.
As best as we possibly can. And I guess in the context of road maintenance funding and the directions from NZTA, they are investing in pavement maintenance across the state highway and local road network on the back of a reduced budget overall. So to be honest, every dollar that's available, we would invest into maintaining the network. There's no discretionary nice to have projects that will sneak in the back door kind of thing.
Thank you.
Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Your Worship. Given this is quite an emotional one for our ratepayers, it's a roading condition is something that features virtually every day. And we get a lot of criticism now about the maintenance of the roads. Also given the fact that perception will be, especially now that we've loaded onto the rural communities, if we're not going to spend the money and we're rating them for that, then what are we going to do? The fact that we've sold the story that we're going to increase the rates and now we're not going to spend the money.
No, we didn't increase the rates.
The split, sorry, it increased the split. I think we need to do this, and I think the problem is if our roads go back, I doubt whether we'll ever have the money to bring them back.
Right, so I'm suggesting that we're going to say reluctantly yes to both of these.
I say yes. First one, we get a better return, and it's also not rates funded as such.
And you're saying not do the work for the second lot?
Not do the OPEX.
Yeah, because
how do you maintain it then?
We obviously set our budget to do what needed to be done before we knew about this. So
we set our budget based on what we thought NZTA were going to fund.
Yeah,
there's a fine
would
balance.
maintain our level of service.
There's a fine balance between that and, as Councillor Hadford outlined as well, in terms of maintaining that quality of roads. So,
but our roads are above the national average for quality anyway, aren't they? What the required average? I mean, if we took off that 187, would that bring us down under 1%? Yes, it would. That's kind of a.
But remember, this is nowhere near our final. The impact that this has on rates, I would suggest to you, the impact on rates, yes, we need to be aware of it, but it's nowhere near our final decision about, because there's a whole lot of other discretionary stuff that we're still to go through that we currently do that we have to discuss. Do we still want to do it or not? So it's about putting it all in the mix and juggling it up.
Anyway, it's my opinion. I don't mind if I get outvoted.
So good. Just to be clear in the reminder there, the $187,000 of local share equates to a $382,000 investment in the network. So it is a 2-for-1 deal. So that's why subsidised roading is always a hard one to not do, because you've got 100% subsidy, on your investment.
So you're saying we're paying 187 to get another 187.
Basically. Yeah.
Correct. Right, so we're putting yes to both of those. Thank you. That brings us to the end of that list. I will move that the council receives this report and indicates the following directions on the outlined initiatives for inclusion in the draft budget for the 2025-26 annual plan as set out on the screen. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor McFadden. Any further comment? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, team. Thank you. Good discussion.
Yeah, no, thank you. It really was. I think having that level of discussion, it's really positive.
Thank you. And, being an open session for those in the community that do plug in to listen to this, hopefully that will help them understand how difficult all this stuff is. And how much effort we put into the discussion around what we do and don't fund. So moving on with our agenda, we move to 10.8. We're on page 243. This is seeking to confirm the appointments of the liaison councillors to each of the committees as listed in our Marae and Hapu committees policy. And we've had this discussion before. Councillors have been invited and agreed to have their names put forward against each of the Marae Hapu as listed on the paper. Welcome, Gerald. Is there anything you want to add to this?
No, Your Worship, I think you've summed it up pretty much.
Well, are there any questions or comments that anyone has for Gerald? Okay. Is that a hand, Councillor Bell?
Oh, no, I was going to move the motion.
Absolutely, go for it.
Awesome. I move the motion that the council confirm the appointments of the liaison councillors to each committee listed in the Marae and Hapu Committee's policy. Aorangi Marae, Councillor Andrew Corey. Kowhata Marae, Deputy Mayor Michael Ford. Whare Wahawaha Marae, Councillor Alison Short. Oipatatia Marae, Councillor Grant Hadfield. Rangi Māria Marae, Councillor Stuart Campbell. Taumata Te Rā, Councillor Colin McFadyen. Tahiti Marae, Councillor Steve Bowski. Te Tikanga Marae, Councillor Fiona Underwood. Ngāti Tio, Councillor Lara Blackmore.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Short, thank you. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. And thank you for that, councillors. As we've discussed before, what I'm hoping now is that now that's confirmed, we'll go back to each of those Marae and Hapu, officially confirming that, and then you will be given the contact details for the chairs for each of those, and we would encourage you please to make contact with those chairs before the end of the year to make yourself known and discuss how you are going to engage on an ongoing basis. If you could do that, it'd be appreciated. Thank you. Right, so we go to item 11. This is the late item, and the late item in this session is the Development and Financial Contributions Policy, seeking approval to extend the consultation. As you know, we agreed to go out for consultation with a closing date of the 29th of November. There have been lots of conversations in the community, particularly with developers, through Ross, our business navigator, and also through councillors. There was a request. Last night, we also had a meeting with the key developers, which was a very good discussion explaining how it all works and question and answering. And the request came from them. And one of the key reasons is that the developers did come back to council asking for more information, and that information has only just gone back to the developers. So they want time to be able to process that. And given that they closed down in January, and so they are asking if we could please defer it. We also intend having some drop-in sessions at the library for developers and the community to come and discuss this. So we need some time to be able to do that. So it was based on that discussion with the developers that the request has been, and it was discussed with our CE about timing, etc. And the recommendation is that we move the closing date to the 14th of February, which would allow our team time to process the response and bring it back to the council meeting at the beginning of 5th of March, I think it is. So that's basically why we've come to this request today. David, do you want to add anything else?
No, you covered it very well, Your Worship. I guess the key dates following consultation are, as you mentioned, hearing of submissions on the 6th of March. Deliberations would occur, if we're going to plan, on the 20th of March, which would see the adoption of the policy around about mid-April, 17th of April.
Thank you. So open it up for discussions, comments, or otherwise we can go straight to a recommendation. Councillor Hadfield.
I'm actually happy to go straight to the recommendation, Your Worship. So we'll do that. And I'll recommend that the item Development and Financial Contributions Policy approval to extend consultation be accepted as a late item of business. We've actually done that, but
Mm.
anyhow, noting the need to advise of any consultation extension of interested parties as early as practicable. And that the council approve an extension to the consultation period for the development financial contributions policy by deferring the submission closing date from the 29th of November 2024 to the 14th of February 2025.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor McFadyen. Thank you. Any further discussion, comment? Councillor Quarry.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'll speak against this. I don't believe there is a requirement for additional time for the developers to put forward their submission. This issue has been well and truly signalled to the community for a long, long time. And anyone who has taken any interest in this is fully aware that there is likely to be a major increase in charges for property developers. The period of consultation has been a standard period of time, which is open to all and sundry for all and sundry activities that council engages with. I see no reason why it should be extended, and I'd refer people or councillors to paragraph 7.1. And the longer this is delayed, the greater the charges will need to be. Like I say, it's already been signalled for a long, long time that there's going to be some development. If they haven't got around and got their submissions ready, then that's too bad.
Thank you, Councillor Quarry. Can I just say in response to that, the key reason for this is the developers in preparing their submissions needed further information, and that has taken some time to get back to them. They've only just received it, so they need the opportunity to get together. It's not like, you know, as a development community, they are very keen to come as a voice to council. So they are asking, given the delay in getting information, to also signal that they need more time to bring that in.
I would have thought that if they had a sound case to put forward to council, some of the detail could be applied at a later date, i.e. You can put a general submission in and then speak to that submission at a later date. And the other point is that if you are waiting for figures and facts and so forth, you can still put forward a substantial submission in and apply that detail later.
Okay. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. I just had a question about any submissions we've received today. Have we got any coming in so far?
Yes, we have. Steph, how much?
25 submissions.
Yeah, 25 submissions.
And do we know if that's a mix of kind of general ratepayer or DCs?
Equal mix.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Short.
Thank you. This is a pretty big piece of policy that we're dealing with here. And, you know, for some of these developers, it's their future. Are they going to work in the Manawatū district? Are they going to work somewhere else? And many of them will be wanting to make their submissions with legal advice. And that's why I support extending it. I think we can't be treating it flippantly and say, oh, they've had enough time, because actually we've actually got to realise what a piece of significant work this is for us and for people responding.
Thank you. Councillor McFadyen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the other thing that we need to factor in this whole discussion is what's happening around us with other councils. And there is lots of rumours around that some developers or some subdivisions are not going ahead. And I think that will have a bearing on our decision. In other words, we've got to be a little bit careful what we do and mindful. But if there's these proposed subdivisions around our region do not proceed, it puts may put a different perspective on it.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation. If I could have to approve the extension of the period. Who was that moved and seconded by? Sorry, my apologies. Thank you. So we have a mover and a seconder. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. Do you want your vote to be recorded? Thank you. Motion is carried. Thank you. And as I mentioned, following on from today, there will be some dates set up starting next Tuesday, some times at the hub where community and developers can go to get more information or ask questions. Right, so moving on to item 12, I will move that the public be excluded from the public excluded. That the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting, namely the confirmation of minutes and the late item. Have a seconder, please. Councillor Blackmore, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Sure. Right, just take a couple of minutes break, please.